Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm your host, Abe CS. For those tuning in on your stream, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and for those who follow my show with TikToks on the Abe CS 895, uh, welcome to Bruja Witch Spiritual. It's a spiritual, and I don't know what it says either. Excuse me, real quick. Spiritual is Bruja Witch Spiritual and Physical Battles of the Balance. Is what we'll be talking here tonight on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Experiences that I've had and of the balance dealing with witchcraft and I guess you could say cult, which witches are part of a cult. Uh, spiritual uh, uh, spiritual warfare, basically. That's what we're going to talk about here tonight on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let me share out this link to the groups that I share through, brothers and sisters, real quick. So let me share this out real quick. So how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing great. I'm almost done sharing. And here we go. I'll share it out, brothers and sisters. I know Friday is kind of slow. On Fridays, I just decided to jump in here and do a live for this evening. Even though I know it's kind of slow because people are out there uh, doing their thing on Friday nights. I know back when I was younger, what I would do on Friday nights, uh, Fridays and Saturdays when I used to be younger, I used to go out clubbing and stuff. When I was in the military, like going to pubs, drinking some brewskis and shooting some pool back in the day. I mean, we still kind of do like doing this kind of things, but uh, we like to dance. That's what we like to do is going dancing. So, for Valentine's is coming up, and I'm planning to dance for Valentine's Days. How you doing? Who we got here? Arc Trooper. Thank you. We got the Thundercat shirt on here. There we go. Lionel. 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 Sure, I can light it up for you. Get some better lighting in here. There you go. I got like 3 Thundercat shirts. The Thundercats was in the 80s, I believe. We had Thundercats in the 80s, G.I. Joe in the 80s, He-Man. We had, I think, I don't know when the Turtles came out, but I know for Lionel, Thundercats, G.I. Joe, and He-Man were in the 80s. Because I remember the 80s. My younger brother, those were the cartoons he would watch, because he was from the 80s. So out of those 3 cartoons, he likes all of them. He likes, and I forgot to mention the other one from the 80s, which is Transformers, more the meaty, the eye. They're from the 80s also. And it's crazy that they're all from the 80s, and they all made it to to the cinema. You know, well, they already made GI Joe movies. They made, I think they've made some old He Man movies, and if I'm correct, they're making a new He Man. I think they're in the works of making a Thundercats movie. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I think that Thundercats is they make the cartoons, but that's one of the ones that haven't made a movie yet, which would be the Thundercats. Uh, but of course, they did the Transformers. You know, as a matter of fact, they even did Inspector Gadget. You know, remember Inspector Gadget was a cartoon also. They did that already numerous times. You know, back in the 90s. I think it was the 90s or in 2000 when they made the cartoon Inspector Gadget. But yeah, I mean, you can make a movie just about anything. You know, make movies of stories, of things, the news. Let me lower down this light here a little bit. There you go. So I see somebody here called Art Trooper. Yeah. Yeah. Things happen like that, brothers and sisters. Jumps to zero when there's activity like that. Uh, things happen. Things happen in that nature. Something tragic could happen. You know, something might have already happened, and it repeats itself. You know, if doesn't matter if if the house or the land, the territory is haunted, or should I say, there's paranormal activity that is going to continue to happen no matter who moves in that area, the territory. So you have things that happen over and over. I don't know if my sister is up, but there was activity like that. Yeah, I remember the Jackie Chan also. Yeah, in 2000. So Pink Panther, believe it or not, Pink Panther. You know, they made a cartoon, but the only cartoon that I haven't seen that was real popular that I remember when I was growing up, and which it would be awesome if they were make it into like a movie, right? Or animated, but in like a movie, like would be Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny would have all the characters in there, all of them. I bet I would think that if they were make a movie like that, that it will be very successful for the children, you know, because it'll have all the characters: the Tasmanian Devil, Daffy Duck, Sylvester, the Roadrunner, the Coyote, uh, Yosemite Sam, uh, Speedy Gonzalez, Tweety Bird. You know, I think if they will make a movie of that, then oh, Marvin the Alien, you know, all the characters, I think that would do good in a cinema. I think for the children, right, for younger generation. Yeah, well, that spaceship, yeah, they had those characters, but they were cartoonish. Yeah, they will make them more realistic, right? Animated, like for example, King Kong versus Godzilla. Imagine if they made the characters in that nature, like that environment, right? Make them look more realistic. I think that the cartoon would do real good. Uh, you know, many cartoons, you know, from back in the day. Yeah, they've already made a lot of Scooby Doo movies. Scooby Doo was the bomb also. Think yeah, Mighty Mouse. You remember that? I'm talking about cartoons that I remember that were already made before. Like when they made the Marvel been on for a long time. I remember even DC Superman. The Superman. What should I say? TV series. There was a Superman TV series. Uh, when of Superman, you had also let me see, what was the other characters? Batman. Remember the Batman and Robin? But they already made movies out of all that. Oh, serial characters. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. How you doing, brother Dick Richards? Just here, chilling here on a Friday evening. I had put the topic about Bruja, witch, spiritual, and physical. Think what was the topic here? Yeah, it's Bruja, witch, spiritual, and physical battles of the balance. But we're talking about cartoons. Wasn't there a witch that was since we're talking about witches? There was a witch. What was the name of the witch? The Bugs Bunny was always messing with. That she was trying to cook him all the time. Was it Broomhilda? Wasn't she Broomhilda or something of that nature? I can't remember. Or Hazel, Witch Hazel, one of those two. Uh, and Bugs Bunny, they had a witch, and then of course Scooby Doo, they have ghosts and vampires, werewolves, and kind of like the things that we talk about nowadays. So when you hear people say stories, for those that are as old as I am, I'm 57. I'm more sure a lot of people older. There used to be a lot of cartoons and even series on TV that talked about all this. The old movies of Dracula, the Wolfman. That's what they used to call him, right? Not a werewolf, a Wolfman. You had Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy. I think those were like kind of like the top scary guys, right? And then of course with a mix of that, you had King Kong, Godzilla. King Kong, Godzilla. I remember that they used to show. It was called Boo, Boo. That's the name of the. It was a time slot, right, where once it hit midnight or 12:30 in the afternoon, you could see the Llorona, right, this woman crying and going into this old cabin, and she's crying, and they see, they're either going to show you a King Kong, Godzilla, or anything dealing with what has mentioned, vampires, the Wolfman, anything of that nature, or some kind of monster. It was called Booth Theater when I was growing up, and of course, there's they're called many names. Theaters like matinees, Saturday matinees. They show nothing but sci-fi movies or horror movies. Those it's still in thing. If you look them up, they're there still. You're like, just check them out. Go back into look up the 50s, 60s, and you want to see all these things that are going to surface up. So when I got to ask a question one time, they asked me, "Do you think that it's possible that somebody could have made a costume and pretend to be Bigfoot, kind of like the Patterson film?" I said, "Yeah, because they were doing that already. You had shows like Lost in Space. That was like in the 60s or 50s. They had these creatures in there with that look like monsters. So they've been doing this costumes for a very long time. So anything's possible, right? Nothing against the the cryptozoologists and the people that said that they're experts in in the field. But I know that they have the abilities to make a costume to make it look that way because there was a certain kind of mesh back in those days that they would make the costumes with. I think I'm gonna do something a little bit different today, because I normally I'm just talk on Fridays, but what I will do is drop a link to see who would like to jump up here with me. Something different because I was just gonna say stories, but why not have somebody else jump in here and say their 2 cents, right? Of what they remember because times change, right? Times change, but the memory is always there. What you remember. So I'm just going to drop a link there to see who might want to jump up here. If not, I'll continue to talk what I'm talking about. Today is Friday, and I was going to talk about this, but for some reason, I'm talking about these cartoons. There was some cartoons, if you all remember, that were racist back in the day. There was a TV series or shows that were racist back in the days, making fun of African Americans. Because I remember the cartoons and I remember the shows, and I'll be like, why is a white person have uh, black paint on their face, pretending to be somebody that they ain't? You had shows that were racist also. Let me see, one of the Archie Bunker was one of them, and many others. Of course, they made shows. If y'all remember uh, Roots, you remember Roots? Many shows. I mean, as a matter of fact, Dukes of Hazard. God, Dukes of Hazard got completely taken off of TV. And of course, now in this year's, all these people that I'm going to call them sloke because they say they're woke, but they're not. It's sloke, like they're still sleeping. Uh, if it doesn't benefit them or how they want to be, then it needs to be erased from history. Bullshit. If you're the way you are, it's because you want to be that way. Nobody is making you to be that way by yourself. I don't have to change my lifestyle because you want to be a certain way. Uh, well, I'm offended because he's wearing a 135 armor. They were out there in the battle of Medina Ridge. He needs to take off this hat right now. I'm not going to take off my hat for nobody. I proudly served my country at that time frame, that time era. I'm not going to take my hat off for anybody. I'm going to continue to wear it. And there's a lot of things like that, right? A lot of, I'm not going to say changes. It's just a lot of unhappy people. If they can't get it their way, if they can't get it their way, and they're miserable because, and if they can't get it the way, they're going to be doing stupid stuff. You see all this. I know I'm changing the topic a little bit, but thing with the ICE and the riots and all that. That's crazy, man. People getting killed and all that. Why are you going to put yourself in a situation? I can understand if you're serving your country, or you're doing a job for your country to put yourself in a situation like that. And if something happens to you, well, at least your family is going to be taken care of it because when you sign the contract, you have a will of if something happens to you, you die, that your family's going to be taken care of. But no, some people just go out there and put yourself in a situation, and it's in a threat. They'll go in a threatful manner, thinking they're badasses. They wind up dead, and the family winds up with nothing because they have hatred and anger in the heart, division. We got Sage Cooley right there. Sage Cooley. Here we go. How you doing, brother Sage?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I need to fix my audio real quick. Give me one quick second. There we go. Better?
Yeah, and I want to apologize ahead of time, guys, because when I get to talking, I just talk, man. You know, what comes to me, I talk. Not I don't mean to offend anybody, any kind of way, shape, or form. This show that I do here, Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, is for 18 and above. I wish I could talk to everybody, but the way society is, I just trying to keep it at 18 and above, man, for adults. I know that not everybody sees everything the same way, and that's fine. That's life, right? Well, when I talk about here is the things that I remember, like we're talking about cartoons, shows. I have a good memory right now, thank God. And if something were to happen to me that I cannot remember things, then I would not be doing the show. I'm, I would not be doing spiritual encrypted encounters anymore. If something like that were to happen to me, then I would not be doing this anymore. So the only thing I would leave the site up. I would just live my life, But I wouldn't be doing this show if I start losing my memory or things start happening to me physically. I wouldn't be doing this show. But at the same time, I want to stay thinking positive that the Heavenly Father is guiding me, protecting me to be able to do this show. That I know that He's going to bless me to continue to do this works. So, I mean, I am getting older, brother and sister. So it would be good if some of the younger people that are in the audience step up and create a channel of their own, because somebody's going to have to carry, what should I say, try to do something in that nature to guide people, to guide people spiritually. Or of course, there's church and all kinds of stuff, but try to guide people spiritually. Go into locations. I used to go to locations where I got to bars and you name it. And that's one thing you find, like when you go to a bar or to a club, that sometimes people might be there drinking, but they might be mourning. Like, for example, maybe one of the parents died, or brother or sister died, and they're mourning, or they lost their job, or they out of getting divorced, and they're sad. So you go and tell them, hey man, everything's gonna be okay. Give them guidance, and even pray for them. I remember time I was praying for this guy, and he said, "Thank you, for the prayer. Feel better." Then the owner of the bar told me, "That's not allowed here. You're not allowed to do that here. So if you want to talk about him, you need to go talk about somewhere." I just didn't know that the woman was a witch. I didn't know that she was anti-Jesus, and they told me that not to be talking about that. Talk because I was talking to him spiritual. I have a. It's not like I'm in there just talking to him. I bought a beer. I have a beer in my hand. So they were. What do you call it? How should I say it? They were eavesdropping what we were talking about. So one of them says to me, "Last time a person like you came in here, they had to call the ambulance and they got carried out of here." Like making, you know. But I didn't stop. It didn't stop me from helping the individual. I still continued to talk to him, and then I left. I said, "Okay, I know I'm not welcome here," and we left. Me and that individual left. Just give him some guidance. But yeah, there's people like that, right? Like when I do the show, there's people that target me because of what I talk about. You know, I created the reason I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters because I know how it is, man. When you're being bullied, I know when you go into somebody's channel, right, or somebody's group, and then next thing you know, they start targeting you. They send everybody because they're part of the clique or part of they're affiliated, and they send everybody to go after you. Next thing you know, either you get booted out or you leave the group because you know that you're not wanted there. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to create my own group. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to grow. At that time, it was just groups on Facebook. I had Positive Spiritualist and Spiritual Cryptid Encounters till I created this YouTube channel. And it's grown, man. It's grown. Uh, I would always say to myself, I can help one or two people, then I'm still doing the works. Touch people's lives, then I'm still doing the works. That's what I'm still here. You know, that, and one of the things is people are going to like you for who you are, and there's some people they're going to dislike you because they don't see the same views as you or point of views. They see life differently, and that's fine to see life however you want to see it. But me, it's like I just talk about the things that I talk about of my experiences here, like as a platform of venting. It's kind of like what it is, right? Is venting or just talking about certain topics. So like sometimes people come in here and they talk about things that they're going through. It's more like just chit chatting, right? And talking about certain things like tonight's topic, Bruja, witch, spiritual, and physical. And I'll tell you in the physical why. Uh, it's battles of the spiritual balance. That's what I'm talking about here tonight. I didn't talk about the Brujas for a while, but we're going to talk about them tonight. So how you doing today, brother?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I stayed up about till probably 4 a.m. Stayed up until like 3:30 recording with Wolf and Anthony and Tony.
Wow.
And that part of that episode, the first episode, dropped. And I think we're going to record again next week and maybe another week after. I have 36 years of paranormal experience. So it'll take a little bit to get it all out, but at the same time, like I have to curve my words because not everything that I've experienced will be tolerated by the algorithm of YouTube. Like I gotta change the words of when I'm 8 years old and someone tries to unalive themselves in front of me in the house I live in. I gotta change it from, his action to a code word. I gotta make things less rated R. And even at that point, some people commented like they couldn't finish watching it. And I'm like, I made it PG-13 as much as possible. Like the physical witches and demons, like demonic people. I was put in a position when, as a child, that I had to deal with demonic people away from my own like power to be able to control being in that position. But I went out, I got some shopping done, I got some food, spent some time with my wife, just relaxed the day away mostly. I mean, it was a good Friday. Excited for the Super Bowl. My state's team is going in there, Washington State, Seattle Seahawks. I'm pretty excited for that.
When is that Super Bowl?
Sunday sometime. I haven't looked at the time yet, but I'm sure it'll start like between 11 or 1 o'clock as usual.
So who do you think is going to take it?
I think Seahawks are going to take it, and they're going to have at least a 30-point lead above the Patriots.
You know how it is with the referees, man.
We have one of the best quarterbacks. We have some of the best defense. We have one of the best wide receivers in the game. I do know how it is with the referees, and it's unfortunate, but I do think that we're going to have at least a 30-point lead. At least, if not more. We average, other than the Rams, I mean, we smoke the Rams by like 12 or 15 points. But other than the Rams, we averaged like a 25-point lead most of the games this year. Um, I hope it is. I hope. Um, yeah, just yesterday was letting out a lot of stuff. There was a lot of repressed stuff. And I talked to one of my friends from Hermiston today, from where I grew up at. And I started talking to her about some of the events that happened when I was like between 6 years old and 14 years old. And she had some of the same events and same stuff that happened. And it's not just an isolated event. Like there is straight up some type of bloodsucker coven down there. Yeah. I don't know if you caught the episode. I know a couple people caught the episode that are probably in here.
Yeah, I
But
haven't, I haven't watched it, brother.
yeah.
Uh, I was, sometimes when you do, I mean, I think I went one of the lives I went for about 8 hours,
Oh
seven
yeah, yeah.
hours, 6 hours. So it caught up to me today, and I was like, oh, out of it during the day, and this evening, I've just been out of it, in and out. Like I sat down, just trying to watch TV, and I was dozing off and stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm surprised I was able to do the live tonight because it's already 11:30, 11:40 when I jumped on here. I had dozed off. I had watched some wrestling. But yeah, I think I
Oh
seen
well.
How long was the live that y'all did for today? It came out today, brother.
It came out today. I think I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys, I want to say. I'm out on the West Coast. It's about 10 o'clock right now here.
I'm gonna check it out, man. When I get the
Yeah,
chance.
it was about an hour. Um, Mostly the house I lived in, just the premise of the events, it was probably about a 5 year period of my life, a four-year period of my life, I want to say, that I lived in this area. And this house, there was either a demon in the basement or a freaking vampire. And there were adults that refused to go into the house, and there were adults that refused to go into the basement there. People knew something, like people that lived in the area since the 70s, and this shit happened in the 90s. They knew something happened there.
You can feel the activity, the climate change when you go in there, where you get the goosebumps and your hair stand up, or you feel like you're being washed.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Not only that, my biological mom is a
Cousin Gilbert says where you're at in the West Coast. He's at the West Coast right now.
oh
He's working over
I'm up in Washington.
Washington.
I'm
Yeah, I got my buddy Michael.
okay.
He's a he lives in Seattle, Washington.
Oh yeah, I'm on the other side of the mountains from there. I'm like 2 hours away from there. Yeah, 2 hour drive. Closer to a place called Grand Coulee Dam, and I think we're discussing that. I think that's gonna be the next episode, or one of the next episodes is we're going to discuss that area.
Yeah, I
Um,
had a guy jump on here, but every time that he jumps on, he was always drunk. And
uh,
he's from Seattle, somewhere up there, Seattle, I believe. And he was talking about that he went to a job site because he was supposed to go out there work somewhere, and that he got to the job site, and he had like a little RV or something. They had to
okay,
pull an RV to the job site, and that he said that there was a lot of Bigfoots around him, that he could hear them and all this stuff. He didn't visually see anything, but that he could hear them all around him. But he was hiding inside the RV or something like that. But
so
I don't know if he was being sincere, because it sounded like he had been drinking when he was talking to me on I think it was like open mic night, and you
yeah,
could hear where he sounded like he was drunk. And then that's when I asked him, "Did you see anything? Was there any footprints?" But he started getting a little bit like, he didn't visually see anything. He just heard sounds.
yeah,
I know there's a lot of wildlife out there in Washington, a lot of
yeah,
woods. A lot of pines, big trees over there. Uh, but I don't know,
Um, the west of the Cascades, so we have a mountain range that's closer to the west coast, and it's called the Cascade Mountains.
Hmm.
And everything from the foothills of the eastern side of the Cascade Mountains to the west coast is heavily treed if it's not a city. So there's about three different entities of Sasquatch. There is the west coast of Pacific. There is a northern Okanagan foothills, and Wolf, Josh, and I were talking about this almost. It's almost a caveman, and I didn't get to the subtopic of it. I mean, he has a general idea and the general theory of where they hide, why you can't see them in the broad daylight, but it's all basalt out here. Basalt rock formation is where I live. I live basically like if you dig down deep enough, you're gonna hit basalt. All the cliff sides out here are basalt. So there's shelter caves all over out here, and these shelter caves might be 3 meters deep to 20 meters deep. They're not like super deep caves. It's not like a cave they can go spelunking into or whatever. Uh, but a lot of the dams that they've built on the river submerged a lot of these caves. And a lot of that history is lost of where these species lived. I,
Well, I know there's caves like that up towards Rio Frio here in Texas,
okay.
but there are native caves where you
Mm-hmm.
can see the on the walls. You can see the entrances of the caves that go. They're like off the ground that you
Mm-hmm.
have to go and climb to get into the cave.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
so there's a lot of natives. He has to have caves like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they found up there towards Rio Frio caves like that on the mountains where the holes are there where they're because the natives used to live. A lot of natives used to live by the used to be called woodlanders. They like living by the creeks, but where there's a food source, right? You get the creeks and the lakes. That's where they were woodlanders, so they hunt.
Yeah.
The hunt for the deer, the buffalo at the time, and javelinas. Go fishing. Uh, Here
Um.
in Salado, Texas, I found the oldest native Indian burial ground of the world.
Oh
They
wow.
found it here in Salado, Texas. So it's the oldest. So that's why I tell you there's a lot of activity here
Huh.
uh, in Central Texas dealing with shapeshifter skinwalkers. You could
Huh.
call them that, or you can I'll just call them brujos or brujas because they can shapeshift. So I've heard a lot of stories of people having encounters with them. Pizza delivery guys, truck drivers, uh, where they park their truck and they're waiting for their wives to pick them up, and next thing you know, they hear scratches on their trailer is getting hit and it's being moved by something very strong. Hear something running, and you can hear the claws on top of the truck.
Yeah.
That happened there in Elms Grove, where I used to live. Used to be a truck stop nearby it, right in the middle of the highway. It's a highway that goes through Elms Grove, and there's this guy that told me, I know that spot. I know exactly that spot you're talking about. He'd say that every time he would go drop his truck there at the same time in the mornings, that he would see the werewolves or dogman running from one side of the woods to the other. Like literally
Mm-hmm.
running. But or 3 in the morning, that's more demonic. It's just one of those things, man. That because you hear what people say that have seen them and they heard them, but they don't have no evidence. That's the thing that counts a lot. I believe that if people did have the evidence, at least show it. Show. I had a guy message me for about 2 3 weeks already
Yeah.
that Bigfoots are they're real, that they exist where he lives in his land over there in Oklahoma. And then, he's been commenting and everything that I put, that Bigfoot is real. I said, well, show me something. You're saying all these things. He's already an older man. Show me the evidence, show me the proof. And then he went to, well, I don't want the government getting involved or anything happening to them. Like if you're gonna say, you've been posting up things that I don't even talk. I'm not talking about Bigfoot. My
Yeah.
you putting things in there. Well, at least show me something.
Yeah.
Show not just me, but the members or the community something. What you're talking about, so people can believe you.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that told me, "Oh, I have to protect them." I mean, well, I don't want nothing to happen. I have to protect them. But then why are you talking about it? Right? If you
Yeah.
want to protect them, then shh, keep silent.
Yeah.
If that's true, why are you even saying anything about it? If you really want to protect them, you wouldn't even mention it. So,
I, I
but
think in the day of the internet, hear me out, in the day of the internet, everyone has a phone. Everyone has an opinion. And I think a lot of these jokesters out there and a lot of these circus actors
yeah.
make stuff up.
Oh, yeah.
But like I said, I personally like the physical ones. Like, I think that a lot of the stuff that happens in the Southwest and the South down there, I'm going to say 70% of it is old spirits of Sasquatch and Dogman. Like, we have our own spirits as humans. Like, we can be trapped on this earth. We can go to heaven or we can go to hell.
But
So,
the spirits that you're seeing, brother, is you talking about old spirits? They're real old spirits. There are the spirits of the Nephilim. I call them the DDN, the disembodied demonic Nephilim. That's what they are. When they got destroyed by the flood, and some of them were made to fight each other and kill each other. They all died. So what was left of them was their spirits. They wasn't created by God, or they wasn't part of the Legion. They were created by the Watchers. The Watchers got chained up, so they couldn't go to heaven or hell. So they remain here on Earth. We know them as demons. That's what they are. They're the unclean spirits. When you see a dark shadow figure, or that's what it is. The DDN, the spirits of old, which
yeah.
is the spirits of the Nephilim. That's why I call it disembodied demonic Nephilim. That's what you're seeing. Since the Watchers, there were angels, then they became demonic. They have the capabilities of those that created them. So they
Yeah.
still have capabilities to be able to manifest and mimic, talk different languages, because they've been here for a very long time in spirit, just studying, surveilling. If you notice, a lot of the pictures, like a lot of pictures I got, they're always watching behind, just looking, because of their fathers, which were the Watchers. I was
Yeah.
watching, I was looking, paying attention. When they say that the Bigfoot is always watching, it's because that's what it is, watching, watcher, DDN, the
Huh.
spirits of the DDN. They can manifest to look, using energy, they can manifest to look very real. Um, to me, I tell the people, if you ever encounter something like that, put it to the test spiritually. Tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. If it disappears, and which it will, it's kind of like Houdini. When it vanishes, right? Uh, it's going to flee because you call upon Jesus Christ to assist you spiritually, and it's going to flee. It's going to disappear. When people would say that is some form of cloak. Well, in the spiritual, that is when you're rebuking it, you're putting that spirit to the test, and it's going to flee. When it's showing you its form, is letting you know directly what it is, but not exactly. I think when it does that is to see if it can find an opening of belief, that you're believing it's a a werewolf, a dogman, a lycanthrope, a Sasquatch, a Bigfoot. He wants you to believe that because if you start believing that, then he's got the opening to attack your spirit. That's so you put it to the test. Doesn't matter how real it looks. Put it to the spiritual test. Uh, how many people have you heard, Brother Sage Cooley, that they appear to them, but they never attack them? And because they're living to say their story, right? That they don't, they live to say the story of what they experienced. Nothing physically really happened to them.
Well, I've heard a lot of different stories. Like I personally had my own camp ravaged through, physically ravaged through. Now, whether the being's choice was to attack me or not, that's its own conscience choice. I've collected stories, and part of it will be released in these episodes of cattle mutilation. I've heard of people going missing. I've heard of people's organs being missing in different species of the paranormal. I lived in a town where I personally believe, and due to my own experience, I believe that there's a vampire coven. Um, I I think that down in Texas in the southeast, I think 95% of whatever entity lived here before the Europeans got here was hunted and wiped out by the Europeans, the early Europeans in the 1600s and 1700s. And I think Washington, California, Oregon, Idaho, and Utah, Montana, and Alaska, and British Columbia have a higher prevalence of these sightings than over there because they were the last states to be settled. And the zones where they can occupy, like Mount Rainier is over 16,000 feet tall. I don't know what your guys' tallest peak is. California has a giant peak. Alaska has a giant mountain, and we got huge
I
mountain
used to
ranges.
train in those high elevations in California. I used to train in Fort Owen, California,
Okay. Yeah.
which is like desert. It's a peak. It's a desert. A desert where we used to go train out there. So I know what you got over there. Matter of fact, um, we were training one evening, and we was in a platoon, and we were doing radio watch. Every tank does a radio watch every hour, right? Take turns doing radio watch, and you get to sleep. I remember as we were, well, I was already had done my radio watch, and I was sleeping, and I heard like something hitting my sleeping bag, and it felt like something was drizzling. It felt like water, I guess, like the sound of water.
Yeah.
I got out of my sleeping bag to look, but I'm not seeing nothing. I'm looking, and I start seeing all his eyes looking at me. I'm looking at, I look around and do a spin on top of my tank where I'm, and all I see that the tanks are being surrounded by what seems to be coyotes, right?
Huh.
And I'm like, of all the training that I've done here in Fort Owens, California, I've never seen this many coyotes. I'm talking about many coyotes, like uh, I would say 50, 75, possibly 100. And what was weird about it is there was one that had red eyes,
Mm-hmm.
black one looking at at me, and I'm looking at all of them, and I was like, "What should I do?" Spiritually, I did the sign of the cross to protect me because I don't know what I was dealing with because I know that I've never seen that many, whatever there were, coyotes, werewolf, dogmen. They were surrounded, and they were closing up on us. So what I
Mm-hmm.
did is I marked the territory. I peed around my tank.
Mm-hmm.
Went peeing all the way around my tank from on top of the tank. I wasn't gonna get off, but and I didn't want to alarm anybody, right? So when I peed and marked my territory, They're just looking. The black one backed out. Once the black one, which I believe was the alpha, backed out,
Yeah.
all the other ones they took off, but they were closing up on us. You know,
Oh,
that's the only time of all the times that I've been in the military that I've seen that many coyotes, uh, possibly shapes, just whatever they were.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've never seen that many before, ever, of all the 10 years I was in the military,
And
and
this was
as
in
many times
California?
as I, yes, in Fort Owens, California.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
We
called the
actually,
NTC, the National Training Center.
okay,
It
I
was,
know where that is. I know where that is now. Yeah. We actually have a really, really, really high number of coyotes. And you talking about the black one, was the black one abnormally large?
yeah, it was huge. It was bigger
So
than all the other ones.
I've been investigating a mega coyote. For the past 5 years, I've been investigating sightings of mega coyotes out here. And I think there's only four of the mega coyotes up here. But we have probably 7 to 9,000 coyotes in the area I live in, just in the greater area I live in, at least maybe 10,000. I mean, you think that they each year they're having two litters. Each female is going to have two litters. It's going to have one in the spring and then one in the fall. So,
Yeah, there was a lot of them, man, that night.
yeah, yeah, and they travel in packs. A lot of ranchers will report that their cats get ripped apart by two or three coyotes out here. A lot of farmers, or one coyote will be in heat and it'll pull a male dog out, trick a male dog to come out to a field, and that male dog will get attacked by 7 or 8 coyotes. Real freaking
Oh
shit,
yeah,
dude.
they'll
Yeah,
kill them.
yeah.
That's where a lot of the mutilations. There was this cow
Mm-hmm.
that was missing a big old piece of meat from the side of
Mm-hmm.
it, and they were trying to say that it was some people were trying to say it was a dog man, right, or a werewolf that did that.
Yeah.
But then they found out that it was a pack of coyotes that did that,
Mm-hmm.
uh, because they did that. They were trying to do that to another. The they set up a little group of people to go hunt him.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever was doing this, and it was a pack of coyotes that were doing this. That they were doing the cattle mutilation. That's not what it's called. But I remember things like that. When I was growing up down in the Rio Grande Valley, where they were finding cows,
Yeah.
goats, pigs with no blood. The only thing that they were finding was like a hole, but the animals had no blood in them. And like you said, mutilations where some cows were being placed up on top of big poles on the very top.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're like, man,
The
that cow's
goat
too big
sucker.
for any big cat to climb it and put it up
Mm-hmm.
there. But there was a time frame when they had that, but the pájaro, the giant bird, the 1975, where I got the scars on my head. That he was attacking people and killing cattle, killing livestock. We
Well,
call it they call it the we call it the pájaro. Well, they call it the pájaro. The big bird, or like a thunderbird or whatever.
yeah, I was gonna say the thunderbird out here. We have it just came back from near extinction. Have you heard of the giant California condor?
You ever heard of a condor? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's what I think. So I think a lot of the things are megafauna or Pleistocene megafauna, pre-flood. I don't believe in the biblical flood that covered the entire world, but I do believe that there were pockets of floods that hit different spots due to the glaciers melting off and due to the ice sheets melting off and hitting different areas. I don't believe in just one giant mega flood because it just can't happen like that. You take all the salt water in the world and you cover all the land, nothing would grow. However, glaciers melting off and ice sheets melting off would cause pocket floods, and it would cause a lot of the shit to die off, and would leave like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 breeding pairs left. I do believe that there was a quote Thunderbird. What pop culture and what God, what the word is slipping my brain, but what people's cultures call a Thunderbird. And
Thunderbird.
I do believe that. I do believe that happened down there in Texas, because there was an account of it in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and in Utah. I have a friend that's from Salt Lake City, and he hikes all over in Utah. And I met him when I was singing in the Tabernacle Choir as a young man.
This is Matt Stoyanov said it can't happen like that. God's limitless. That's what he says here.
Well, yes, he is limitless, but at the same time, you have to look at how old the account of Genesis is, the interpretation of it is. You have to look at the translation. If people don't study the history of the book and how the book came to be and the language that it came from, they don't understand the words of what the old words were. Because the translation into English, by the time it hits English,
The
and hear me
flood
out.
was literally to destroy the Nephilim.
Yeah, it was to destroy the Nephilim in the Holy Land.
Yeah, well, it's a form of cleansing.
Yeah, it was
there was so much evil, and the Nephilim were destroying all of God's creations.
Yeah,
so it had to cleanse everything, So
yeah, it was Genesis was written
recycle, but cleans everything, which he had to destroy everything in order for the land to be cleansed from the evil.
Yeah, Genesis through Deuteronomy was written from the viewpoint of the Hebrew and the old Israelite tribes. It wasn't written from the viewpoint of the Native Americans or the viewpoint of the Chinese, of the ancient Chinese or Australian. Is that a lot of they do share a weird flood myth, but
all of them, all the books talk about a flood,
but
about a flood that
the
happened.
years are different. When you go and you go down to like, you can use science and religion, you can intersect them, but you have to acknowledge the differences. And you have to acknowledge that there are pockets of events that happen.
Matt said, I have studied it and I disagree. I'm open to debating this at some point in the future.
I mean, hey, there's a link, Matt. There's a link, but I have... Oh.
Oh, let's see. There we go. Well, anything along the coast, anybody that lives near the ocean, it says in the Bible, beware because of the water can rise, right? I think it's somewhere within the Bible when it talks about those that live near the coastline. You get tidal wave tsunamis and also tornadoes or hurricanes, right? And so, sometimes within the hurricanes, there could be tornadoes that manifest too because the winds are so strong. That used to happen down in the Rio Grande Valley where I come from, where there'll be a tornado coming in, hitting inland. This is in South Texas, by the Gulf, and we'll be inland, and the tornado is hitting the coastline. And then, the hurricane is hitting the coastline, and next thing you know, you start seeing this whirlwinds, this tails coming down, You see like tornadoes trying to form, and there'll be like twisters, right? There'll be like three or four twisters just flying everywhere within the city, within the town. And you're like, oh shoot, and that's how strong the winds would be. From when the hurricanes will come in. That I believe there was a bad storm that came that time frame where when the big bird, the pájaro, they used to call it the big bird, that people were or the scene and they were attacking people, killing cattle, livestock. When that happened, there was a storm that had came through, okay, from the ocean, a tempest, right? That it caused up some flooding, and that's when that happened. Of this big bird was around that time frame when when that storm came. That bird came with that storm, and everybody was trying to recuperate from the damage of that storm because it had flooded. The valley had flooded, and people trying to recuperate. It was a what do you call it? The time of when we're off from school for Christmas, and you have those 2 weeks off. It was around that time frame when what happened to me, to my head, of what I was seeing down the dirt road, and I can talk about it in a few. That I witnessed something out there on that dirt road because we had some friends that live up in the ranch. They told us, come on over to the ranch, get away from where you live. You can go further this way, so you won't be too close to the store, to the 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 bad weather that's coming in. And this one, we noticed something out there. It was nighttime. It was already raining. It was raining pretty hard. Let me drop another link for you. Let me refresh the link and drop another link because it seems like it's putting you off. So let me refresh the link. This is acting strange here. Okay, let me reset the link. And I'm going to post a new link up for you. Here we go. So I placed another link for Sage. I don't know what's going on. I know that I've been having problems over here with connection wise, losing connection all day long. But basically, I was this happened in 1975 or 76, somewhere around there, 75 or 76. I was uh, I was in first grade, so I had to be 6 when this happened. Oh, there's Sage Cooley right there.
Yeah, how it works.
There he is. So I
Now
had to
it
be
works.
6 years old, right? So our friends live in a ranch. So we're going out there. It's in between Hargill and San Manuel. There's like a historical marker. I think okay, Sal del Rey. I think that's called the historical marker. It's a location where it looks like there used to be a lake, but it's nothing but salt. A historical marker, and they live down this dirt road nearby there. Towards the ranch. So it was raining. It was dark, and we had an old Ford station wagon. It's colored green, those OD green, those ugly ones back in
Oh yeah, yeah.
1974. So we're driving down this dirt road, and we have to pass this lagoon, and the water we can see as we're driving that the water is going over the lagoon because there's two sides to the lagoon, or swamp, should I say, right? Swamp. So we stopped there, and in the middle of the road, flapping is a big fish. I get all excited. I'm a kid, and I get off running from the station wagon, and I said, I'm gonna catch a fish. I'm running in the rain, even though it's pouring, and I go grab the fish so it won't go into the water. So I grabbed the fish and I'm excited. And my dad gets off the vehicle with a flashlight. He's like, "Oh man, that's a big one. We're gonna have a fish fry with that one." That's what he's saying. So as he's got the flashlight and we're looking at the fish, we hear the sound, and it hurt our ears, like some kind of screeching sound. And when I looked to the left, there was a tree stump in the middle of the swamp, and it's sitting there, his claws or like this, hanging from the tree stump, and it's looking at us. And I'm looking at it, and I have the fish in my hand, and it looks at me, and it's got red eyes. The texture of the body and the wings are the same. It's like pitch black, midnight black, but it's the same texture of the wings. The face looks kind of like, I'm not going to say human. Some people might call it a humanoid, but it's in the form like of a face of a person, kind of just like the shape, right? But the eyes are red, and the teeth, you can see the sharp teeth, fangs, upper and lower, right? And he's
Mm-hmm.
looking at me, and he keeps on making that ugly sound, and it keeps on going like that, like he's gonna fly towards me. So I'm looking at it, and then I guess it's to me, and maybe it's telling me to leave the fish, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't pay attention to it, so I ran to the truck. Ran to the station wagon. As I ran to the station wagon, my dad was running too. It went straight up in the air. It did not flap no wings or nothing. It was just, it opened his wings, and it just went straight up in the air with like super speed. We got in the vehicle, was able to cross the water that's over the dirt road, and we kept on driving. We still had some ways to go to the ranch. As we're driving, we just hear on top of the station wagon, we hear, where he scratches, and then he
Yeah.
passes in front of us and swerves. It's moving like pretty fast, and then next thing you know, it's flying right beside us, and it's looking, and it's hitting the station wagon. It's as long as a station wagon,
Mm-hmm.
and it's hitting us. And as it's hitting us, we're sliding on the mud because it's very muddy from the rain. So we're sliding. It's trying to knock off. It's trying to literally hit us off into the ditch, or not just into the ditch. As hard as it's hitting us, it's trying to make us flip.
Yeah.
So we're driving, and my dad is fighting it, with a holding on to the steering wheel. I guess it's hurting his wrist and stuff. And uh, we finally make it to the ranch. We make it to the ranch, and you could still see it flying up there, and it's pissed off. And we get to the ranch, and we tell the names were Chuy and Matilda, or Jesse for short. Right, Jesse was his name. We're telling him, and he's seen it. He's seen it flying over there by the entrance of his property, of his land. And
Yeah.
then we tell him that what happened is, like, he started laughing, and he said, "Is that the first time you'll ever see that?" And he said, "What is that?" He said, "Oh, I figured, but as many times as you come visit us, that you would already run into it by now."
Hmm.
And he said that that's this is a story he said, but he called it el demonio del área, which means the demon of the area. He said that there was this lady that was a witch. Since it is a Bruja witch, things of the balance. There was an old lady that was a witch that lived on the other side of the swamp area. She had a house out there, and she summoned a demon, or what people might call them, gargoyle. That she summoned up a demon, and that when she died, the demon remained, and till this day, that thing is still being spotted by people that see it up flying in the air in that area, in that region. But we didn't leave. We waited there all weekend. We left on a Sunday afternoon. It was still, there was water everywhere, flooded. We're driving back home, and it's following us. It's going from tree to tree, and I could see it. and it's following us. I'm telling my parents that it's following us, and he's like, no, it's just in your imagination. You're probably scared that you have it up here. It followed us all the way back home to our hometown in Raymondville, Texas. So I get to the house, and of course it's flooded, and I'm walking in the water to see the damage, from the rain, the storm that came through. It was supposed to be a hurricane, but it went down in category or whatever. It brought a lot of water in, and as I'm in the backyard looking at the water, I see it, and it's coming. This sucker flies is going super speed, flying in the air. It's not flapping the wings. It's kind of like it's gliding. You could say, the wings are like aerodynamic or whatever, gliding, and it goes and hits the attic. The where the heat comes out. It goes right in through that, and it makes a hole. It breaks it. It goes into it, and I go wake up my dad, and my dad's like, I already told you that it's all in your head. There's nothing up there. So I take him to the backyard and I show him, look, and there's a hole where it went through the attic, right? So he puts the ladder and he goes and looks. He's got his flashlight, and he's like, I don't see nothing up there. I don't see nothing up there, right? So it stayed like that evening. Mind you, this is Sunday evening. Following day is school day, right? So I'm asleep on my bunk bed, and I get woken up in the middle of the night. Remind you, this is 75, 76. Our flashlight, we didn't have no switch. We had just a string that you pull. So I'm asleep, and I get woken up by my grandmother's voice. My mother, yeah, I could hear my grandmother calling my name, and I'm looking, and it's dark. I said, Grandma, is that you? And then I hear her voice say, it's me, but my grandmother's short. So she's like, come over here, come by the window. So I start getting close, and I'm not, I'm still a little bit distant from the window, and I say, I don't see you, Grandma. And she said, get a little bit closer. I hear her voice, get a little bit closer. And I get closer. I guess the window screen is like here. And then she says, just a little bit closer. And when I get close enough, that's when the whole window caves in on me, the screen window. And I got hit in the head, in the face. I get knocked backwards, and I'm knocked out. And whatever it is, it ripped the window and took the screen off the freaking window. And the window was huge. So my parents get up to see what's going on because they heard the ruckus. They turn on the light, and I'm there laying in a puddle of blood where it scratched me in the face. So from around 4 in the morning, or 3:30, 4 in the morning, to like around when the sun rises, like around 5:30, at that time frame, they're putting pressure on the cuts that I had on my face. I think I had some cuts on my back too, and they still send me to school that way. They didn't send me to no doctor to get no stitches or nothing. They wrapped me up in a freaking t-shirt. It looked like Miyagi, just a white t-shirt that tied a knot and said, "You're going to school." My mom believed that we should have missed any school. She wanted us to get that we didn't miss no days of school, right?
Yeah.
That no absence or something like that. So there I go to school with a thing on my head, and I'm in school. I start bleeding through the t-shirt, and they're like, "Hey, you need to go to the nurse, my PE coach."
Yeah.
It was a Vietnam vet. So I'm in there, and then they're checking me out. They take off the bandage, and he's there, and then he sees the cuts that I have on my face, and he said, "Son, tell me what happened." My mom told me if anybody asked me what happened, to tell them that a cat did that to me.
Hmm.
So when I told him that a cat did that to me, he looked at me, bullshit, son. What really happened to you? But I couldn't say nothing to them because my mom would punish me, discipline me for disobeying her orders, right?
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing to him. That week, of when that week of when I went to the on a Monday to school, people started getting attacked in our town. A guy got scratched. There was a person. People were getting attacked. There was a girl that almost got lifted off a horse. She was an FFA. She got scratched too. There was a lot of people getting attacked, and I believe it was that thing, same thing that followed us. It was not a big bird. To me, it was demonic. I mean, if it's demonic, Sage Cooley, that would mean it would have the capability to manifest into anything. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Without
Maybe.
just keeping a certain form, it can manifest to look like anything. So when I hear some of the stories of how people say they've seen different things, then I said, now that I'm older, it's possible that either there was more than one or it was the same one but changing forms. Because some people, I what I spotted would seem like a gargoyle. There's some people that spotted, I mean, it could have been a gargoyle too. Was they drew it like with the face of a gorilla or supposedly like a Bigfoot face,
Yeah.
but with wings like a gargoyle. Many people seen it in different ways. There's some people that seen it like a pterodactyl. So
Yeah.
there was being spotted in different locations in the Rio Grande Valley, but there's different pictures that people drew of it, of what they witnessed spiritually or with their eyes,
Yeah.
in which that right there will cause all kinds of confusion.
Yeah. There's also the misidentification due to trauma response. Like that's a big thing. Like, let's say there's a group of people and a shooting goes down at a party. How many of those people are going to be able to identify the clothing or the hair color or the eye color of the person, or what size of a pistol or what size of a knife do they have? Like, there's all that stuff. If the person's not trained to identify that stuff, like you were trained in the military to identify the targets and retain that information, correct?
Yeah,
So a common person that doesn't deal with species or animals or any of that other stuff, you might have 15 sightings and they might get 8 out of 10 identifying characteristics, or 8 out of 15 identifying characteristics being the same thing. They could have all saw the same thing, or it could have been a shapeshifter. Like, I'm not leaving the shapeshifter or the demonic entity out of it, but I'm also not leaving out the part that humans are naturally faulty. Like, I'm definitely not leaving that out of it. You know?
yeah, it happened in 1975, 76.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 76 January.
Oh wow.
It happened. It was happening like for a month or two or 3 months.
Oh wow.
After that, it happened everywhere throughout the Rio Grande Valley, in Texas, and other locations.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and ever since that, I don't know if that has ever happened again, but it happened in that year. I have the scars on my face now that I'm older, because I never got stitches. So now that I'm older, you're able to see the scars because they never got stitched up. They
Yeah.
heal by myself. So you can say I'm kind of like Wolverine right now, where when I wake up, I see the scratches on my face.
Yeah.
They never got stitched up. So there's another thing, right? That it marked me. It marked me in the face. So if it marked me in the face, it had to be something that was real, right? They ripped the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I guess it depends on the manifestations. Maybe it surfaced up because of the fear factor. There was a bad storm coming through. People are afraid, so things are going to manifest because people are afraid, right? They get the power of fear, so
Mm-hmm.
that brings them to manifest, to show up, to show themselves, or
Yeah.
people. It senses fear, right? People that are scared,
Yeah.
so it surfaces up to look that way. Uh, I know the location. I
Yeah.
just never really gone back to it. You know, got out of the Rio Grande Valley. Was in the military, but I've seen other things like that. I've seen one with four horns, like it's wearing a crown of horns, and that one was huge. It was massive. It opened his wings up, and he just went straight up in the air. Now the question is, he was wearing four horns. Was it the same thing that I seen in the dirt road? I don't know, but I know it had four horns, uh, two on the side and two in the center.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of any birds or any animals that have horns like that. When have you
Yeah.
heard of a bird with horns?
I mean, I haven't. The only thing I hear about that has horns are antelope, deer, and
But this is
rams.
something that flew in the air.
Yeah.
I'm talking about horns, like horn, devil horns, four horns,
Huh.
sides and in the center, and it flew. It had a like a dragon, like a dragon. It had big wings, and it was straight up in the air. It wasn't flapping the wings or nothing. It just had the ability to fly.
I mean, I heard about one dragon sighting, but this was before I was born. This was during when Mount St. Helens erupted. I heard about one dragon like event, but I don't know how credible the person was. This was also the time that Bat Squatch was also supposed to be supposedly sighted. I'm gonna take it that they either saw a terror bird or a dragon. But
So they started making up stories that, it was just a stork and all this kind of. That was no damn stork.
of
I
course they're
seen that
making
stuff.
stories.
To cover up, to cover up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
people got attacked, man. I don't know if any people got killed. I know for attack they got someone got scars, like I got scars, and animals got killed, livestock and stuff like
Well,
that.
think about it this way: we got like what, like 3,000, 4,000 missing people on the West Coast, maybe 8,000 total. They're just chronically missing people, and we have probably like just in Washington like 350 missing people in the mountains, and they can't find their bodies. Where did their bodies go? I mean, that's a big thing. Like people say, "Oh, you never see a Sasquatch body," but then again, you don't find these bodies of missing people. And if you do, it's years later, and they're picked clean.
Well,
Some of the
there's a lot
garments
of
missing and
animals,
shit, you know.
out there
Yeah.
that'll
So
feast on the flesh,
yeah,
of any. It doesn't have to be human, on even on animals.
I
You see the
I got a
birds.
comparison for this too. Two people, one girl, and you can look up these two events. One woman is Rachel Lakodak, RachelLokoduk. Rachel Lakodak. She went missing on Hidden Lake Trail, and she was trying to hike towards. And this happened in October of one year. I actually know the guy that found her body. Really nice guy, super nice guy, soft spoken. He had been to prison. He got out, changed his life around. Spends his life. He's a Buddhist. He spends his life finding missing people in the mountains. Found her body 3 years later. Body parts, the bones strewn about over 100-yard space. garments ripped apart and everything. She died in her sleep, is what they believe, because most of her body parts, her legs and stuff, I believe, were inside the sleeping bag still, and her hair was still kind of in the position where her head would be. Another woman, Sam Sayers, went hiking at Vesper Peak, and they still have yet to find her body or any trace of her. Her cell phone didn't ping coming down off the mountain. And there's another woman that went missing up in this area, and they haven't found a piece of her clothing or a body or any body parts of her. So both those things, yeah, animals will rip apart a body when they find it, but you're going to see pieces of these body parts strewn over 100-yard or a 400, 500 feet radius. So I do agree with you that a lot of people down there in your event in the 70s probably got injured by this. And I'm sure a lot of people get picked up off the side of the freeway when they're hitchhiking or walking down the roads, and they get killed.
Yeah.
You know, but that area, Vesper Peak, and the missing people up there, that's a really interesting series of cases to look into, and it makes you think what is up there that's being a predator on these people. I think some of it is people mishaps hiking. I think the Rachel Lakota was her not being prepared for the weather and trying to scurry down the hill, got injured, got trapped, and fell asleep in a sleeping bag and froze to death. I mean, shit like that happens, you know? I have a distant ancestor that died on a hunting trip. Like, distant great something uncle in the early 1700s that died on a hunting trip because he didn't have the proper gear to insulate himself. So, it's definitely a thing.
This is like an old thing from back in the day, man. A picture from the year that it happened down there in my hometown.
Okay.
Let me share it with you.
Miss Monica Davies.
There it is. This is just an image that somebody drew.
Yeah.
Bird.
Huh.
You know,
Yeah.
that's what they would call it. It'll come out in the news
Mm-hmm.
or the radio stations. The big bird. You know.
Yeah.
You know, they had kids in school coloring, making how the big bird looked and stuff like that. You know.
Oh yeah.
I seen how it looked.
It's
You know.
definitely no rubber ducky, that's for sure.
Yeah, I seen how it looked, but it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
It just I didn't have the art capabilities to draw a picture of it. You know, I was only
Yeah.
so I drew a picture of something in that nature that had the wings kind of like it, kind of looked like pterodactyl.
Yeah.
But I seen the face. Then I have a beak like a pterodactyl. It literally had sharp teeth,
Huh.
like a freaking gargoyle, or a yeah. That's not. I guess that's what it's called, a gargoyle, demon, whatever. Sharp
Yeah.
teeth and sharp claws.
Huh.
Maybe one day, if I ever go back down there, I might go to that area where I had the encounter. But I don't think the swamp exists. I try to go through Google Maps to see if the swamp is still there, but I didn't see the swamp.
Yeah.
I think the land has changed. They took the swamp out or something. But
Well,
doesn't mean that it's not
yeah.
gonna. If it's territorial and that's where the portal is, where it got summoned, that it must still be there. think there was other pictures of it, but that people drew. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, I got a friend that's making a movie off
Hmm.
of that.
That's cool.
You know, I told him about what happened to me, and I don't know if he added it to it or not, but there's a lot of people that had encounters with that pajaro.
Yeah.
You know, they got attacked. You know,
Yeah.
there was a got scratched on the chest and the back.
Yeah. I just got a new camera and I can shoot from 4K to 8K footage and from 60 frames per second to 30 frames per second. Oh, I might go out and do some footage up in the mountains sometime. I'm not sure. I gotta get a partner to go up there with me. I don't go out in the mountains like alone. I ain't dumb, you know. That's just asking for a problem to go up there alone on a trip.
Yeah, I think my sister, she don't remember that incident. My sister's right there, Beatrice, of when the incident of the big bird. She was in the van. I mean, man, in the station wagon. But
Yeah,
she was man, she was. If I was six, she had to be like like 2 years old. So she might not remember of that day
yeah,
or not.
yeah. There was stuff of my like own like childhood vampire encounters that I don't remember. Like the house I lived in, there's parts of it that I don't remember that my brother experienced, you know, and he remembers seeing it. So stuff like that does happen. Like when you're so young and you flash forward and be like 30 something, 40, 50 years old, you can't be expected to remember every single thing, you know?
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think my sister might not remember that day what happened because she was, I think, like 2 or 3 years old. I can remember two probably.
Yeah.
The
Hey,
day of the bird when I got scratched in the face when it chased us. Do you remember that, Beatrice?
when we were in the station wagon going
Yeah,
to
she was-
Matilda's
yeah.
and Tui, yeah, I think I remember. I wasn't, I don't think I was like two. Well, I think I was a
Really?
little bit older, but I was still small. I remember parts and pieces of it.
Huh.
But do you remember? Did you remember the demon or whatever it was that was hitting the station wagon?
I know it was a big bird.
And it was hitting us, trying to knock us off the road.
Yeah,
What do you remember from that day?
I just remember that we were going down that road. And,
The dirt road.
yeah,
It was
yeah,
raining.
there was like some trees, but it was like a fields on the sides and stuff.
In Spanish, it's called monte, right?
Yeah,
The name, the word tree. There's the mesquite trees. There was a lot of mesquite trees, but
yeah,
we call it monte. You know, I guess it would be monte would be woods, right? But
Yeah.
monte
yeah.
or
And
Makes for good smoking, man. Good smoking meat with that mesquite. Mm.
I
I
think that's what.
remember that big bird.
So how big did you see it as?
It was big. It had big. It had like big wings. And I remember there was that one. There was like some on the road, just standing there too. I think.
There was more than
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, and they were big. The ones that were just like on the road, they were big on the side of the roads. And I remember that big one hitting the station wagon because that's what that we had there. It was a station wagon. That's all I remember. And then like when we got over there, there was one too. Remember that we had
Hmm.
gone supposed to. There was all of us who were like went down just walking, and there was one, I think, chasing us, but I was small. I don't really like remember, just parts and pieces. So
because we
yeah,
stayed there for the weekend.
and we were running away from it or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, the owner, what happened to them? Like a week when we went back, the week that we went back, um, they were hunting, right? Hunting for deer, and one of those the demon or bird, whatever it was, came and picked up Chewy. He picked them up in the air and he started taking them, lifting them up in the air. And his son, I think it was it Oscar?
I think so. I think
He
so.
grabbed the rifle and shot at it, you know. And as he shot at it, he let him go, but he scratched his back. He had some bad scratches on his back
Yeah,
where he grabbed him, cut into his skin. You know, I've been trying to get a hold of them, trying to find them on Facebook to see if they want to share what they experienced.
I don't even
You know,
remember their last name. You remember their last name? I don't
no,
remember. But I know that stuff was always happening to that man.
to
I
Chewy.
remember. Huh? I
Yeah, after
remember.
that, he was having all kinds of things were happening to him.
I remember that he had I don't know how, but it was a big old nail went through his foot. But it was a big one, big fat nail. Remember he had like a hole in his foot.
Yeah,
Uh huh. But I remember that. I remember that stuff was always happening to them, and I remember that the older kids would say all these things that would happen to them, you know, at night and stuff.
because of that area and the Bruja, the witch that lived nearby there by the swamp.
Um,
They said that she's the one that summoned it. If y'all see Jeepers Creepers, the movie Jeepers Creepers, well, this thing was before Jeepers Creepers. What we
okay.
seen and I
And
mean it was not wearing no hat or no freaking jacket, you know, and no hair, but it was already there. You know, it's been being spotted in the valley since the 70s.
yeah, a lot
I
of
think
people
one
would
day
say,
somebody posted it on social media, and they said, "Oh, that's from the movie Jeepers Creepers," but it was from a town back home in the valley. And then I looked at that, and I said, "Oh, there it is." That's it.
yeah, a lot of
And
people would say back then.
honestly, I think it still lives. It still lives in the last place that it went to, and I think that it lives in the attic where it went through into our attic. Because I went back. We
Sure.
went back like 2016. Yeah, around 2016, because our aunt said she needed help to clean the house because my dad was a hoard or whatever. So me and my brother had gone there and we were cleaning all the rooms, all this, throwing everything that he was hoarding, right? So we went to the last room. We're using the last room as storage, and he was missing a piece of sheetrock up there on the ceiling. And I was taking this mattress over there. As I was taking the mattress, I seen the silhouette of the head and the eyes, like yellowish eyes, looking at me. And as I looked at it and looked at me, it moved to the
Mm,
side. And that was no cat that I seen because it was pretty big head. So I was like, oh hell no, I'm trying to get out of here.
that is
But
something
yeah, I think
evil.
it's still there, man. Evil, a demon,
See,
demon gargoyle is the same
you
thing, right?
step into see, if you step into
My
that house
sister,
and you just as soon as you step into the house, you feel all the bad energy like coming like from the back, and it's like it rushes you.
it's kind of like it's a
Like,
long
have
house.
you ever seen that Evil Dead, the very first movie, where they and you open the door and
Yeah.
then you feel something? and it shows that part where it comes
Yep.
through from the back and it rushes to the front, and they get like a, and it feels like that in there. It oof, it feels so ugly in there.
there's a
It's something
longhouse and there's
very
a
something bad.
like a what do you call it passageway through each room, and you can see it's a straightaway. You can see to the very last room, and sometimes if you're in the front room, you'll be able to see somebody going like this, looking at you,
Yes.
and as you see them, they go back up like this,
And all you see is
and
like
you're like,
hair.
"What the hell was that?" You just see the hair like
Uh-huh.
somebody
It's
looking
a
at
head,
you
but
from
it's
the
a
back
hair,
room.
yeah.
You can see the head and everything. Then it goes back like this. So you go to the back room to look, and there's nobody there.
Yeah. Yeah, but that place is like really, really evil.
Lots of activity there. There's a lot of
Lots.
limestone close to the ocean, so you're gonna catch all kinds of activity like that.
But I
I
think
remember
that
when
it,
that happened that nobody wanted the children to be out playing at nighttime or nothing. They had a curfew for the children because of the big bird or we call it the pájaro. What would they call it, Beatrice?
uh, well, they always say it was a lechuza. I don't know. Because I know it was a big bird, and I know I saw it one day. Remember I told you I had seen it at night, and it was right there, right above me on the tree. It was
Oh, yeah,
huge.
yeah.
Yeah. But it had, because that one had those, I don't know, sometimes it had like a face of a person.
They
It
can
looked
change
weird.
like the lechuzas, brujas. You know, the menace. They shapeshift to lechuzas, right? In which they'll have the face of a woman,
Yeah.
but the body of the lechuza, right?
Of an old
Kind of
woman.
like what a harpy, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a harpy. So that's inland, and of course we live near the coastline. So there has been when people talk about sirens and mermaids, there've been mermaids been spotted down there. But you see, you got to remember where they come from. The lineage of that is when the watcher slept with women, the women became harpies and sirens. So they're actually sisters because they're the ones that gave the birth to the Nephilim. So there's like a sisterhood there. Even though one lives in the ocean and one lives on land, they're still sisters because they created the Nephilim. But yeah, they're spotted. I've heard stories of them of the sirens being spotted in the Gulf of Mexico. Our grandfather had an experience with a
Oh
siren.
yeah.
You just put it this way, Sage Cooley. He would sleep with his shotgun locked and loaded
Mm.
because you remember the story you said, Beatrice?
Parts and pieces. Yeah.
So basically, he was fishing in Port Mansfield, which is in the Gulf of Mexico,
Okay.
and there was a bad storm that came through. As a bad storm was coming through, there was some big waves,
He
and
flew.
it flipped his boat. He had a wooden boat.
Yeah.
It, it flipped his boat, so he was the waves were real huge, and he was trading water, trying to get back to inland. And as he was swimming, trying to go back to inland, in the swarm, the water was just all over him. Uh,
It took him
so
under.
he was trying
Mm.
to swim inland, and he said that he heard his name being called. Believe it, Jose, right? Like Jose, ven pa acá, Jose. Like
This ain't come
Joe,
here.
come here, Joe. And when he was swimming, and he was scared because he's in the water, he's in a situation where he could drown because of the bad storm. He turned to look to see who what was calling his name, and he seen my grandmother calling his name, his wife.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that it couldn't be her because She had been deceased already. So that scared him that he started swimming inland. We lost. He started swimming inland. Let me see something here. Go. Ah, you won't click him on for some reason. So he started swimming inland, started following the lights, and he made it to shore. He said he was not stopping from swimming, no matter how bad the waves were hitting him, pounding him. He swam and made it back to land. He got in his truck and drove home. So he drove home. He was scared of what he happened to him out there. So he's home. He's scared. He fell asleep. When he woke up, the
It was,
siren, I guess, followed him inland and was dragging him out the window.
yeah, yep.
Literally dragging him out the window. That he had scratches on his legs. That he was trying to take him out the window. So that's when he grabbed the shotgun and he started blasting. So after that, he stopped going fishing. I think that was the last time we ever seen him go fishing. Was when his so they was able to salvage the boat, but he brought the boat and just parked it in the back. It was all messed up. But he
That
was saying that the siren will always come and try to take him at nighttime.
that looked like grandma.
Yeah, it manifested to look like my grandmother.
Yeah.
It would come every weekend try to take him.
And I remember he had said that he at one point when he was like going back, he like went down and that he saw her in the water moving her hand like come here.
Yeah, underwater,
Yeah.
or who was being
He had gone, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And I remember that he was halfway out the window.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Can sirens go inland? Yes, because you got to remember the Watchers. Who the Watchers were? The Watchers. If you look at the what the Watchers were, there were angels, right? The Watchers were angels, but they look different. Uh, some look like birds from the face, with body of human. Some were look human with the body of fish, and that's what the Watchers were. So you got the harpies and the sirens, but they're actually call themselves sisters because they're the ones that created the Nephilim. So in saying that, in that perspective, we know that there was a big flood that happened to destroy the Nephilim that were on land, uh, destroying God's creations. But what about the Nephilim? If there was Nephilim, what about the Nephilim that were in the water? If they were amphibious, do you think they still exist? I guess it would be another question to think about, right?
Probably
So
everything exists. I mean, probably.
that goes to my theory of a localized flood theory, and that the Genesis book and the book of Enoch, all the way into Deuteronomy, were all written for the Levant, from the Black Sea down into Saudi Arabia. Because at the time of the flood, Egypt still had an empire. And that is factual information. Like, we have archaeology, we have evidence that during the time of the Hebrew flood, Egypt still existed. And at the same time, Native American cultures still existed. Like, we have sites, we have habitation, we have fire pits that we can dig down so deep and we can find it. So hear me out, that the Genesis story was talking about wiping out the Nephilim from being able to inflict harm on God's favorite people. Because we still have stories about dragons and giants and all that other stuff in Greek literature and Chinese literature. We have the Cilia, we have the Cyclops, we have guys being able to kill freaking lions with their bare hands. Who could be able to do that but half angel, half fallen angel, half God type people, you know? So hear me out. The Nephilim being destroyed of the Bible is only in that Levant region. And those were the ones that mixed with man in that area. Whereas the sirens and the harpies that you've experienced down in the Texas area are the ones that didn't get wiped out in that area and that have survived in little pockets. Just a theory. I'm not trying to be factually true on this. This is just my theory. Because I live in an area where, and you'll hear about this further in the series of recordings I'm doing with Wolf. I live in an area where we had mega floods. We had a flood zone that all the water that pushed through it created a force that was more than all the rivers on Earth combined. And we can rate that and we can generate those numbers due to the area it hit and due to how much rock it moved. So we had an entire area that was scrubbed of life. And it took probably 1,000 years before life really took back over that area, from even down to shrubs and grass. Like there's areas where we dig in the caves and we dig in the dirt, and any form of archaeology just stops. Any form of human habitation just stops in that area. Whereas we can go down into Idaho, up in the mountains, and we can still find old fire pits. And we can still find old foundations of rock foundations and log pits where people, and bone pits of where people lived and had habitats. So with that theory, and this is just all theory backed by evidence and, knowledge and reading into stuff and adding 1 + 1, I do believe that there are Nephilim or half Nephilim that are in existence. And I do believe your grandfather's story of seeing the siren. I believe it. I don't think they were all wiped out. And for that same reason, we have vampires. We have dogmen, we have werewolves in pockets, we have lizardmen. For all that same reason, I personally don't believe that they were wiped out. But that's just me. And the more allegorical examples that people like Beatrice, even Mr. Richards, or a lot of people in our community come forward with, the more that adds up that little pockets of them survived and that the flood stories were little localized myths. Because the Chinese one was just the Yellow River flooding, the Yellow River Valley and the plains around it. When we only look at archaeology and the flood evidence and the data and all this shit that we can dig into the soil and shit.
I seen an image here that somebody drew that kind of resembles it a little bit.
Yeah.
I told you that it was midnight. Like the texture of the wings and the body looked kind of like the same, and it was midnight black. Well, I'm just gonna give you a sketch that somebody drew here.
Yeah.
That resembles it of what I remember.
And
just because it's same color and texture.
Yeah, we had to remember, before photographs, before everyone owned a camera, before the late 80s, when we all had disposable cameras or those Polaroids. I still remember Polaroids and film cameras. I'm a child of the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Before that, all we had were sketches and people's eyewitness encounters, and we had to take all that for evidence, or take it for what it was and build our own evidence from that. If we had 50 people claiming roughly the same thing, we could say that 90% possibility it existed.
Kind of something like this, man, but this is a little bit more cartoonish, but imagine the texture of the wings and the body will be the same.
Yeah,
like no hair, just aerodynamic.
almost a
It's,
gargoyle,
Yeah.
yeah,
a sea gargoyle.
and he had red eyes.
Yeah.
You could see the teeth. You
Mm-hmm.
could see the talons were color white,
Mm-hmm.
where they were hanging on the tree. I mean, on the bark in the swamp. You could see the white talons,
Yeah.
and the teeth were all white and sharp, and he had red eyes. But it was, imagine this color of black, like midnight black, so it could blend in the darkness real good. Something
Yeah.
that nature.
I believe it.
That's the way it looked.
Mm-hmm.
When I was
Well,
looking through the photos here, and that's the one that caught my eye. Yeah.
yeah.
So I just wanted to share that photo with y'all.
Yeah. I 100% believe that it happened. But I take pockets of science and I add them to religion. And the Bible borrows the flood myth from the Sumerians. Like, it just
But,
matches up to the area that it came from, you know?
but I think the flood happened everywhere, man. Because
Yeah.
if you're really looking to do this study, there was like, okay, there's things that are from like the Aztec and Mayans
Okay.
that were found in Egypt, and there's things from Egypt that were found in Mayans and the Aztec culture.
Yeah.
Now we can think, okay, was it a flood that caused this, or was it some kind of trading that was happening where people were trading things, importing things through in some kind of way? But when you have things from another side of the world appear down
Oh,
in Mexico, when things of Mexico appear in Egypt, how did it get there?
well, hear me out. So there have been coins that have been found from Carthage that depict the east coast of America. And Carthage was about 200, 300 AD. We have in the 1300s or 1200s, actually, the king before Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa took over after this guy, and this guy took a bunch of ships and sailed to what I believe the Americas. We also have who I believe helps create the Aztecs, because a lot of the stuff that was written about the Aztecs matches up with the Chinese, and there was a treasure fleet. The Chinese had this treasure fleet that went all over Southeast Asia and over to Africa, as far as Africa. Now, that's a big, far fucking trip. Hear me out. From China all the way to the coast of Africa, like Somalia and down into almost to Madagascar. Like that whole coastline. That's a far fucking trip, dude. So if they could do that, they could take the trade winds that would send it all the way up to into the Pacific Northwest, and then they could follow that down to California and down to Mexico. Possibility. Very much so a possibility. They could also take the trade winds from the East Coast and follow it up and curve down. Now, if we go back to 10,000 BC or 9,000 BC, when the story of Atlantis, the fall of Atlantis happened, I don't think Atlantis was just one like civilization. I think it was a bunch of satellites. I think the central location collapsed, and I think it got flooded out. And that's when the Young Dryas impact event. But I think before that, they had a bunch of satellites around the world. I totally think that it. I think that there is a credibility to a flooding event, but I can't say that the time that it is implicated in the Bible that it happened that way. I could think that 10,000 years ago, there was a Younger Dryas impact event, and much of the coastlines got fucked up. I can give credence to that, but I just can't find the evidence that all the way to the top of Mount Everest got covered with water. 29,000 feet, bro, of water everywhere, all over the earth. And then Noah had to gather all the species from around the world. And then those kangaroos had to hop all the way back to fucking Australia, pick up every single bone, not leave a single bone, not leave any marsupials to breed and have breeding pockets around India, around Saudi Arabia, around China, and go all the way to Australia. And that every single freaking tapir from South America had to somehow swim across the Atlantic Ocean and land in Mexico or South America. And every anaconda had to leave from Noah's Ark and swim across the Atlantic Ocean and wind up in South America. Like that's a lot of logistics, dude. That's a lot of miracle working versus pockets of shit that happened. Versus the pocket, you know.
You see this one right here, brother?
Yeah.
There's a guy. This is the other guy that got attacked after I got scratched, but I was never told to tell anybody what happened to me. The picture, I guess, the picture that it is kind of like the same thing that I seen. It says 14 January 1976, 10:30 p.m. Broomville, Texas. Armando Grimaldo, 26, is smoking on his mother's loft porch when he hears a sound like the flapping of a bat-like wings and a strange kind of whistling. The neighborhood dogs begin barking, but Armando sees nothing unusual. He turns to check the other side of the house when suddenly he is struck from behind by something that tears at him with the huge claws. Spinning around, he sees a creature with dark, leathery skin, bat-like. A creature with dark, leathery skin, bat-like, wing-spanning tentacle feet, and red eyes set in a face resembling a monkey or a bat. Grimaldo drives to the ground and crawls in search of cover. The beast flies off, panting, hearing the commotion. Neighbors and Grimaldo's wife run outside to investigate. The man is found hiding under a bush, shaking and screaming. The police arrive, reporting that Grimaldo is in shock and repeatedly mumbling the word pájaro, Spanish for bird. However, Grimaldo implies that the creature had no feathers. He is taken to Willacy County in hospital, where he remains bedridden for 2 days, but sustains no serious injuries. Same thing that it was the same one that I described to the members here for, since I've been saying what happened to us on that dirt road, that he had no feathers. Same thing. That's the same thing. That was the one that followed us to the house, Beatrice, that attacked him.
You know what, Avery? Now that you put that, I remember. You know how I used to go like go to Nelly's house a lot, and she would walk me home at night. I remember. You know where that church is? You remember where she used to live, right?
Yeah.
And there was this white church, you know, and we were like coming across that. We were walking through there, and there was a big thing like that flying, you know, and but we could see it because it was a full moon, and it was like flying around us, and it started like, you know, just flying around us, and it stopped in the tree, and it was making a noise, and it started like chasing us, and we started running. We ran. We didn't stop running until we got to the house. Yeah.
You know,
we seen it and didn't. It attacked us, but he didn't, like that guy. He seen it close up because it attacked, but we seen it close up too, but from inside the station wagon, because he was hitting us and he was looking. Like he was trying to. I guess he mad. It was mad because I took the fish.
So, question: do you guys think that this thing has always existed in that area, or do you guys think that it came with the Spanish explorers, or do you guys think that it like got like relocated and had to look for new food due to the Spanish explorers taking out the Aztecs and the Mayans? Or do you think that it's demonic and it comes through a portal somewhere?
What I was told, a witch summoned it,
Huh.
and it came through a portal. And but when the witch died, the demon remained because the portal that she summoned it through, I guess, stayed open.
Huh.
So the question is, if it stayed open and it brought that out, is there others that it brought through the portal?
Yeah.
Um, like you said, it possibly could have been. There's a lot
Yeah.
of witchcraft and necromancy down there, brother. Uh, uh brother, a
Brother
lot of witchcraft and
Sage. Yeah.
necromancy in the Rio Grande Valley, brother
Yeah.
Sage.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's possible that the bigger question is, was the dark witches summoning these things to
Yeah.
attack people? That's what it seems like to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a spiritual hit.
Like I believe in witchcraft. I have a friend that dabbles in it. I have a childhood friend that I've had for my entire life, and she dabbles in it.
Look, 1976. That's when I was 6 years old. I was at six, right? Yeah, I was in first grade. I
Mm-hmm.
had to go. I had to go. I get the. I think I'll share a picture. I got the scars on my face now that I'm older.
I
You're
was
able to
what,
see
like
the
4 or
scars.
5? Mm.
Was it?
I was what, like 4?
You were probably like
5?
three.
Wow.
'Cause I'm
Born
from
in
'69, and you're from what year?
71, 71.
Oh yeah. So you had to be four.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
So I wasn't. There was a lot of other people that got attacked, like that dude.
Yeah. I believe that happened down there. I'm more inclined to believe that it was definitely a species that survived in a pocket, in a vacuum pocket. Um, and I believe that it could survive in a stasis and hibernate for a long period of time.
Hey, brothers, do you know Eddie Salinas?
Is she still here?
Oh shoot, she was here. Let
Did
me
her
drop
phone
a
die?
link. Yeah, I think we lost her.
Yeah,
Well, there's
my,
this
my
guy
phone died the first
that
time
he
I
said
disconnected.
that he was fishing in the Gulf, and that there was an island out there in the Gulf,
Yeah,
an island, and that he seen this creatures there. He said there was a lot of them, and
yeah,
he said he's got the story of that. That I'm trying to see if I can get him on here, but he's been busy.
yeah.
But he said he's seen them because he's a fisherman, and there was an island out there in the Gulf where he's seen these birds, and they're huge.
So I,
He said there was like four or six of them.
I believe in sea monsters like that. Um, have you ever heard of Lake Chelan, Washington? It is a 50-mile long lake by about 3 miles wide at the longest part, at the widest part, and it goes from 400 feet deep in one area to 1,200 feet deep in the other area. The reason why it changes depth is because a giant piece of the mountains sheared off 10,000 years ago and dropped into this area. And it made part of the lake shallow versus it would have been all deep. It would have been just a giant canyon that would have been either super deep or super shallow. Um, there's a legend that there's a lake dragon there. So I believe in lake monsters. I live near a lake, and I live near 2 different bodies of water, and there's legends of lake monsters. My dad saw lake monster when he was a teenager. He doesn't talk about it much because he doesn't want to admit that it exists. But he saw lake monster. So I could believe that this fisherman and guys out on the island saw these winged beasts.
I'm gonna see how I can bring him to the show one day.
Yeah,
His name is Eddie Salinas.
definitely. I saw that we have a new community member, a guy that's from Yakima near me.
Let me put up first link. Says I've been having problems with my connection over here all day long. Very slow. Uh,
Have you
just
reset
acting.
your router?
I
With
might
all
have.
the people getting hacked and attacked, you might want to reset your router, like unplug and plug it back in sometime,
There you
just
go.
so that it starts a new like power cycle on it. You might want to do that before you like go to bed or whatever. Unplug it for 30 seconds and then plug it back in.
Yeah, there's a new link right there.
Because I have to do that. Back when I used to play Black Ops, which is weird that we figured that out, that we used to play Black Ops together. I
Yeah,
used to have to reset my router.
that's
But
why I asked you if your same name that you have now is the same gamer tag name that you had because I remember
well,
saying Scully. I
yeah,
remember your name.
yeah. I did have that gamer tag. It wasn't my same gamer tag as my PlayStation profile, but you could have a gamer tag within the game. Because I like to preserve my anonymity, especially with the fucking crazy motherfuckers in our community. I don't like people really like knowing too much about me, like you, Josh, Nelly, and the the Turners. Yeah, they can know who I am, but the rest of the fucking community, there's some crazy bitches like Dana out there. I don't want those crazy bitches to know who I am. They might be writing me freaking threatening letters with laced up freaking mail full of poison and what the fuck ever. They might put some fentanyl on the letter.
Yeah,
You know?
sometimes I wake up, brother, with a lot of pain where I got scratched. Look, that day right here, I woke up and I was hurting so bad. That side of my head was hurting. Uh, my
Probably
freaking
caused nerve
eye.
damage.
You see the right here?
Mm-hmm.
There's the marks. Those are marks that never got stitches, but you can see the marks. And I have other marks on this side of the face too.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see them very clearly right there. Look,
Mm. Yeah.
where I got scratched, man. It took my hair, man.
Yeah.
Like I was missing hair from the side of my head when I went back to school. I was missing hair. It took hair off my scalp, and those
I
are the
mean,
scars
th-
that I
th-
have on the side of my head.
that would be a lot of damage for a demon to do. Now, that would be easy for something physical to do, you know?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just showing the viewers, because sometimes you have to show the people,
Yeah.
right? You can't just share a story, and you got to remember this or scars that I got in my face from this gargoyle or whatever it was, and I never got stitches, so I healed by myself. But now that I'm older, I feel like Wolverine. You're able to see the scars on my face
Yeah.
from my injuries, right? So that's
Mm-hmm.
something right there that I have to live. Now that I'm older, you're able to see them.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. That's why the coach said, "Bullshit, son. What happened to you? What did that to you?"
Yeah.
I was missing hair and everything.
Yeah.
He's still
I
alive. Coach Mandela's still alive, but I don't know if he remembers that day. Maybe one day, maybe I might try to bring him. But he's a vet. He's a Vietnam vet. I don't know if he remembers when he asked me that.
He probably does. I feel like you were probably a very impressionable kid on him. You know, if he's gonna go through the trouble to ask what the fuck is going on with you, he probably cared about you a great deal.
Yeah.
You know, like people nowadays. I don't like the modern millennials and zennials. I can't fucking stand them because they allow society to vet them, to treat teachers like shit. There's a lot of treating teachers and schools like shit nowadays, especially when, like, I live in a very Republican area and there isn't any DEI or any fucking woke bullshit in our schools. There isn't any fucking pornography books or drag queens reading to kids or fucking transgender being pushed on kids. But people still treat kids like shit just because they get fed fucking social media. Like, I'm a libertarian. I'm like further right. I'm further right wing than fucking MAGA. Okay, I think the government can go and fuck itself. Let's just say that. If you ask me how I feel about the government any which way, I think it can go fuck itself. Taxes, I'll pay them, but I think that they can fuck themselves. Gun laws, I abide by them, but I think that they can go fuck themselves. Growing weed, exactly. Fucking all of it. Like, I believe that there's a certain amount, like military, schools, roads, and secure the border. That's about it. That's all that the government should fucking have outside of Congress. But I think your teacher gave a shit about you enough, especially in the 70s, to pull you down and ask you what the fuck happened to your head. You know?
There's a Vietnam vet.
Yeah.
He always looked out for me, man.
Yeah.
He would call me like when there was bullying me. He'd call me, come to my office. Let me talk to you. So don't let nobody push you around like that. Give him a couple of this. You know, he would tell me.
Yeah.
You know, he would guide me. But you know, I tried him on Tell My Love Foundation. But yeah, but then when he say he'll go, like, give him what he wants. So I'll fight him. He wouldn't get me in trouble. He
Yeah.
wouldn't send me to the office because he would see that the kids were trying to bully me and stuff like that. So, yeah, I have much respect for Mr. Mendiola. Ali
Yeah.
Mendiola is his name. He's always good to me.
He honestly sounds like a really good guy.
Yeah, he's a Vietnam vet. You've probably seen a lot of things there in Louisville. I think he was gifted. He could see things spiritual also.
You got to think, a lot of those kids, a lot of those Vietnam veterans, they were 18-year-old, 19-year-old kids that were forced. They didn't get the fucking choice to go over there. They got told, you're going to go over there, you're going to go to prison. Like, they got forced to go over there and become men, and forced to go over there and pick up a rifle, forced to fucking pull that trigger on someone. Like, they didn't have any fucking choice. Like, you or my dad had choices, or my uncle had a choice.
They got drafted.
Yeah, they didn't have a fucking choice. They got they got drafted. They got conscripted, and they paid the ultimate fucking price, even if they came back alive. So for him to care about you,
yeah,
for him to care about you, he still had his humanity, and that was probably one of the ways that he's able to preserve his humanity, was caring about kids. You know. Yeah, it's a fucked up thing. My grandfather on my mother's side was a World War II vet and a Korean War vet, like OG Korean War vet. My grandfather fought in the Pacific Theater. He was from people that I have talked to about his unit. His unit was a pretty badass unit for what it did. It was a pretty badass unit. I can't remember the exact unit, back when Sparky was still in the community, I talked to him about it because he knows stuff about like the Korean War and stuff. And my grandfather had God, the patch was a wolf on a timber wolf was on the patch. If you know what unit that was, and I know they were mountain, like trained in the mountains, like specifically for mountain maneuvers back then in World War II. Sparky said that back in World War II, they were one of the fucking badass units that you didn't want to fuck with. I never really got to talk to my grandpa because that generation of men didn't talk about the war experiences because they were taught not to talk about it. You know, it wasn't something that they necessarily talked about every single day. But yeah.
See, it tried to take me out the window.
Oh wow.
And it left the marks on the side of my head.
Wow.
Took the chunk of my hairs from the sides, but it hit me so hard that when they tried to grab me, I fell backwards. So it was just able to scratch me, but it was literally trying to take me out the window.
Wow.
My brother said that he tried to take me. I think before that, something attacked me also on my back, scratched me in the back like three marks on my back. You know.
Yeah.
I had forgotten about that attack, but this attack here, yeah, those are the marks I have now.
Wow.
I don't know if you can see them. You can't really see them here right now, but that's on my face. Let me take that off. I don't know what happened to my sister. I think she lost connection or booted out or something. I don't know. Yeah, but Mr. Mendiola, he was a good guy, and he's like he already knew I was lying. The son, don't be lying to me, son. Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
What did that to you? But man, I said I couldn't tell him, man. But then I should. If I would have told him what happened, maybe he would have. I mean, imagine him trying to go to the police, telling, "Hey, watch out! There's some kind of bird that is attacking people." But then it happened anyways. You know.
Yeah.
It's attacking the people in the city. Well, she's in the She's in the chat. I see her. And he was gifted because there was a day I was talking to some of my friends that I would go sit down. What's weird is that we're talking about superstitious stuff, right? And these girls that were dressed in black all the time, and they said that their mothers and grandmothers were witches. That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
And they were just talking, and I was sitting there with them. And next thing you know, I see this woman standing by the fence, and she's calling me to go over there. She's all in white, and I start going over there, and I start going to where this woman is, and behind her is nothing but woods, but there's a fence that goes around the school. So as I'm going, and she's like maybe 6 feet away from me, and I'm looking at her, she's telling me to get closer. I hear somebody yell across the quad because it's a big quad.
Yeah.
When I turn around, is Mr. Mendiola. He said, come here. He yells at me to go to him. So I go running towards him, and he tells me, don't you ever get near that again. That's she said, that's an evil spirit. And that's what he said. So he had the ability to see spiritually.
Oh, wow.
Because he's seen her.
Yeah.
I believe he was gifted. Most people that go to combat, they don't come back the same. They come back.
No, they don't.
They have gifts, spiritual gifts,
Mm-hmm.
spiritual gifts of discernment. They have spiritual gifts of psychic abilities and seeing things like that. But yeah, he witnessed the same thing I was seeing. He probably freaked out that I could see the things that he would see. But he was gifted. I just never say nothing to nobody. Because he. I always see him as I put him in a high pedestal. He's a
Yeah.
man of respect. well mannered man. Yeah, he's
And
protected me several
yeah,
times, numerous times. But
yeah,
sometimes God places people in your path for a reason like that. Kind of like me doing this here Friday night or any day of the week is to try to help out people spiritually, and sometimes you have to show somebody something so they can say, hey, this guy's legit. He's saying the truth. It's kind of like that guy that kept on bombarding me through Messenger and on my YouTube channel talking about Bigfoot is real. It exists over here in Oklahoma. And I said, okay, look, I have Tuesdays and Thursdays. Bring your evidence.
yeah,
Bring your recordings, your evidence. Show me that it's real.
yeah,
But then he says, I can't because they'll come trying to poach him or trying to kill him. It's like people want to see something. Show them your truth. Show them your proof. Just kind of like what I say here. I'll show the things that I'm showing the scars that I got on my face because I have nothing to hide. Share the story
hmm
and I'm showing you. I had the picture of me when I was a kid when I'm missing the chunk of hair, which is the image here that's on the YouTube channel. If you see the image of me as a boy, you can see where I'm missing the hair where it scratched me in the
hmm,
face. I'm missing the my hairline.
yeah,
Freaking took a chunk of hair off of me.
yeah,
It scalded me with his against a claw.
yeah.
See, we got a sister beyond the box here.
I actually figured out what unit my grandfather was in. I mean, he didn't talk a lot about it. I always I just did some looking into it. But his unit that he was in, they were known as the Night Fighters and the Timberwolf unit. It was a 104, the 104th Infantry of World War II, and they got sent to Europe during that time. Um, they liberated Netherlands. They were in France, Belgium, and Germany, and they were part of liberating a couple concentration camps. Yeah, they landed in France on the 7th of September 1944 and moved to the defensive position in the vicinity of Woest-Wezel, Belgium by October 44.
Here I
Yeah.
am, right here is when I'm missing the chunk of hair.
Yeah, you experienced some fucked up shit with
Look at
that
that.
fucking cryptids.
Look at that. There's a chunk of hair that I'm missing. It freaking took my roots, man. Yeah, that's me when I was a kid.
Wow.
There's a picture that I have on Spiritual Encrypted Encounter of me as a kid because that's when everything happened, like with that encounter and stuff. So, and when I was battling the witches and the time frame of when I had gone to Mexico and all that, just it's just
Yeah.
crazy, man. But yeah, you could see where my hair is. There's something wrong with my hair here. Yeah, because it freaking clawed me, man. It took my freaking hair, scalped me. Of course, it grew back, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, I got a messed up my hairline. I just, oh shoot, I thought I was sharing the picture, brother.
Nope.
Is that true? I thought I was sharing the picture of what I was talking about. Let me see if it pops up here. Here it is. There's a picture.
Okay.
See how I'm missing my hairline there?
Yeah.
Right here, it took a chunk of hair off of me.
Yep.
Clawed me, man. Took the hair off of me.
Yeah.
We used to play barefooted out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
I was barefooted right here. But you could tell where it scratched me right there. It took the hairline.
I wonder if I can present an image on mine. I I got a I got a skull injury myself as well.
There you go. Let me stop sharing this. We are on for 2 hours and 29 minutes.
Oh wow. Yeah, beyond. Little Abe was really adorable.
Or in the full picture, there's a turkey in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got a full picture of it somewhere. Yeah, there's a turkey in the picture also.
Yeah.
I don't have to look for it. Dig in the archives.
Yep. I just gotta say, Beyond, I've been enjoying you and Sport Cats news morning news that you guys do, or new news that you guys do. Have you ever tuned into that, Abe? Beyond the Box
Yes,
does a little newscast.
I've tuned in sometimes to it.
Yeah, I see Ivy over there, and I see Andres over there once in a while. I see Monica over there. Yeah,
Yeah, even then, man, I try to walk with a heavenly love foundation, but sometimes, brothers and sisters, when there's so much evil around you trying to consume you, the reason it does that is because it's trying to get you to, how should I say, plant negative seeds. That's the proper term for it. They try to plant negative seeds because you're innocent when you're a kid or a child. So they
yeah,
try to plant negative seeds to guide you the wrong direction. I mean, imagine the things that I was battling. That freaking gargoyle that scratched me in the face, the dark witches in Mexico that I had to deal with when I was over there with the curandera, the lechuzas when I came back to the states.
yeah,
That my sister remembers. I don't know if she wants to talk about it, if she's still even here, but she remembers this lechuzas coming to her house. So I've been battling spiritually all my life since I was a kid. I mean, I had the scars of when I got attacked. I got scratched in the back. Um, three scratches, big scratches that covered my whole back. Like three lines. My brother remembers when that happened to me. Because he's older than me. He's like 2 years older than me. But yeah, I've been battling spiritually all my life, and which makes me the person that I am. So if there's anybody that's ever said anything bad about me, that that I know what I'm talking about, well, you don't know what you're talking about because I got the scars of the things that happened. I got the stories and the scars, and I have family members that will vouch of what happened to me because they were there. We are seven. I got three brothers and three sisters, so I wasn't the only one that experienced things because it was my family members that were there. They experienced the same things that I experienced. You know, they just luckily they didn't get it scratched or anything like that, like what happened to me. Yeah, they were targeting me. They wanted me out because they knew that my in Spanish is called a don. Your calling in life, what you're supposed to do, right? So all the stories that we say here, whether it's from me or my sister or my brother, this is real stories, man. We have no reason to lie to nobody. I created this to talk about it, just in case somebody is going through something that we're able to assist them spiritually and tell them what to do to overcome what they're going through. But my sister remembers that, when people talk about double hangers, we've seen them. They could
Yeah,
take the image of our brothers and sisters,
I got
which
kids
to
like
me we
you.
call them demons, right? Because that's what they do. Shadow figures, imaginary friends, whatever you want to call them.
yeah,
We've seen them. We see them all the time. You know, take the form of my sister, or they would take the form of me,
The
and they
kid.
think, yeah,
Yeah.
to tell them the story of the kid that will come to the house on the weekend, every summer, only in the
Oh, the,
summers.
the one that would be running around the house.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
tell you how the DDN can move very fast. Oh, we lost Andres.
It
How the
would,
DD can move very fast. What
it
kind-
would be real hot. And he would always come like at 12, and we would see him around that time, running around
at
the
night,
house really fast. Yeah,
you can see a blur, literally
yeah,
passing by the windows. Because you know when we talk about the DDN moves like a blur, it moves real fast. With the manifestation it took of a kid, it was we would just see a blur, something going around the house real fast. You could see him because
and you can
we
see
had no AC. We
the
had the
top of
windows open. We
the
could see
head.
see him through the
Yeah,
screen of the door, screen of the windows, and then it would stop, and it'll be looking like this through the screen, and it take off running again. It'll stop in front of the door. You could see the full body like it's a boy. And then my mother, hey, how come you don't go play with your friend? I was like, I don't even know who that is, mom. Go play with him. I said, okay, I'll go
mhm.
outside to go try to play with him, and he would always run real fast. I could never catch up to him. So there I
Hey,
am chasing him, but he moves too fast. And by the time I get around the corner, he's already around the other corner. So I said, okay, I'm going to trick him. I'm going to wait right here. When he comes around the corner, I'm going to capture him. But I could never capture him because it wasn't a boy. Believe
hey,
he
Boom.
was an unclean spirit, TDN, spirit.
Mhm.
His movement moved too fast.
Do you think that that boy that would see running around the house was the same one that was in the back room that would peek his head out? You think that it was the same thing that we would see?
Yeah, it moved really fast, and my mom would tell me, "Go play with it." I get tired of chasing it because there's no way I could catch it, and I was pretty fast. I couldn't catch it, so I go back inside the house, and I'm breathing heavy. Go drinking me some water, and my mom like, "Ooh, you're really tired." The next thing you know, there he comes. You see a blur in it. There he is again, standing in front of the house. Say, he's still trying to play with you. He's trying to get me out there play with a freaking a DDN or unclean spirit, you know. But what she was seeing was the form of the boy. But what we were seeing was something different.
Yeah. But do you think that was the same person that we would see in the back room?
No, what I see in the back room was a female,
No, I
a
would
woman,
see looked like a boy.
like a boy.
Yeah, like the same because when that it would be running, you could see like the top of the head, and then it was like black hair, but it was going real super fast, and it was like um it it resembled that thing in the back room. You know how it would pop his head out? I don't know, but I know the kids would say
I'll be right
chocolate
back.
man. Oh, okay. But yeah, we experienced a lot when we were younger. Um, some of it was like really horrific, like for me, because I would be scared because I didn't know what was going on, and I overcame all that, and I stopped being afraid because I was so scared that it would like get worse and worse every day. But I remember that little boy would always come out at 12 o'clock when it was real super hot, and as we grew older, I stopped seeing it because I remember I was young when we would see that little boy. Well, I say it was a boy because it looked like a boy to me. Yeah, but we experienced a lot. And the witches, I remember seeing them in the backyard, and there was a whole bunch of them. They had cloaks, but I couldn't see their faces. I say there were witches. They were tall, unless if it was something else.
Gotta take a quick restroom break. Go. Yeah, I think we lost Cool Sage.
And the
Yeah,
brujas.
when we're talking about remnants or residue that's left behind from negative energies, we've seen it. We've seen it before, um, where something's surfaced up at our home in Rumville, Texas, late one
And
night on a Friday, right Friday. Well, it was Saturday morning because it was like a, what 2, 3 in the morning
yeah,
when something surfaced up and it was making all kinds of noises. Sounded like a man yelling with at his horses. You could hear the wagon, like wagon,
anything you can think of, you could hear it. Anything
and
you can think
you could
of.
hear the whip. You could hear chanting like natives. You could
Drum,
hear yeah, drums. You could hear
lion,
yelling.
lion,
You could hear a lion, an elephant, different sounds of animals,
anything you can think of.
and
It was
anything you
there.
could think of. They were making like simultaneously different sounds. So we go into prayer when we start praying and praying, and we're praying for hours, man, because it happened just about all night. So when the sun rises, we go outside to see what's because it's daytime. So we go outside to see what's what's going on or what happened, and there's all this uh, crap, piles of shit everywhere, all over in our. It was
Mhm.
4 lots. The 4 lots are covered with crap. Outside of the home, it's covered with crap, but it's only in our property. It's not nobody in nobody else's home except on ours, in our property. So we're shoveling crap. Me and my brother, we were we got stuck on the detail of shoveling this crap. Mind you, we are like young.
I remember.
How old we were at the time when that happened, Beatrice?
We were
Shit.
already, I think I was at like 11 or 12,
No,
something like
no,
yeah.
we were kids, man. I was still young because he had to grab one side of the handle, and I had to grab the other side of the handle of the wheelbarrow because he had a flat tire. So all that day we shoveled all that crap, and we took it to the alley and piled it up, and it was a pile of crap in the backyard. We shoveled it,
I
and
remember all that. I'll never forget that day because that
and
was
then
so scary that night.
we yeah we had to make sure that the we always kept the fences locked with chains, so we don't know how anything got in there. So the night came again, and I got blisters in my hand already from that day of shoveling shit all day.
I
And
think I was in middle
we're
school.
asleep. We're asleep, and guess and what happened, Beatrice? The second night, the same thing happened
Mhm.
as the night before. We hear the man on the wagon. Mind you, this is in the 1970s, so there's nobody in wagons. So you're hearing the wagons, like the cowboys and Indians wagons rolling. You can hear the horses, and you hear the whip, and you hear the man going, yeah, yeah. The same thing that happened the night before, it happened that night.
Yeah,
And
because
we're praying. And what else, Beatrice, do you remember?
well, he couldn't pray. He couldn't pray and stuff, and he was like trying to pray and he couldn't. And I remember that sis got up to look through the door, and mom pushed her back for her not to see. But I know mom saw. Um, and he went outside, and that noise was. Every time he would pray, that noise would go back a little bit, and further and further back until it stopped, like in the corner of the fence, and you could hear it. And he went outside. He said, "I'm gonna go outside because I need to talk to this person because he can't come in here or something like that." That he said, I don't remember. And he went outside, and he was outside for a while talking to somebody, and he came inside, and we never knew what it was. But I remember the last year that before mom passed, that she told us what it was. You know that she saw what it was. To her, it looked like an Indian,
Native.
and
That's what I
uh-huh,
seen.
and um, Jack's dad told her that he was telling them if he would do a certain thing, kill all his family, that he would have everything in the world. But he had to kill his family to get everything in the world. That he was telling them to do that.
Basically, it was I guess a demon.
Deal. Yeah, it was a demon. That's why it stank, and we could hear everything. I mean,
Pestilence.
yeah, it stank so bad.
That's why when I hear stories of like Bigfoot, they talk about poop and all that. I already know what that
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
It's just demon. That's what they
And
do because we had the experience of that, and we had to shovel the shit that was in the residue. And you know what happened to the residue
it
after the 2 days that we shoveled and we put it in a big pile? Guess what happened?
just vanished.
It vanished.
Yeah.
After two
But
days of physically shoveling, the poop vanished in thin air, disappeared like it never existed.
I mean, that was the first time, I know that was a demon. And then that one that we experienced with that Martin Kafka guy that looked like him,
Yeah,
that was, I mean, right there, standing in front of us.
I think that's what somebody was asking
Mhm.
about the Ouija board with these right now. I
The
think it
Ouija
was
board?
Sister Ivy Ramirez. So where
Yeah.
did you get the Ouija board from, Beatrice, with a question mark?
It was a whole bunch of us that got together, and we were messing with it. They were asking questions, and they got scared
But
because we
but they said,
didn't.
where did you get it from?
From, I don't know. It was a friends, and they didn't want to take it home because they got scared. So,
But where
that.
did they get it from? Do you remember?
No, I don't. But it was an old Ouija board, huh? It wasn't like,
It was a wooded one
yeah,
made out of. It was made out of wood.
maybe in Mexico. I don't know. I don't know. And they got scared, and they didn't want to take it home. So I took it home.
So what? Why did they get scared? What happened when? Okay, the first time you ever used that board, you and your friends.
It
Where
was
did
in,
you use it at? Where were you at?
it was out on the dirt road, right? You know where King Street is, like where guy used to live,
Yeah.
all the way straight. You hit the stop sign and you take a right, and it was the first street we took. You went all the way straight, and then you hit the first intersection, and we took a left, and there was like a we parked right there. There was like a little canal or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
there was a little bit trees and stuff. You know how it looked, the dirt
Yeah.
road, and we were right there, and they built like a little fire and stuff, and they were using it, and we could hear uh noises
What kind of noises were you hearing?
like screams and just noises, and
This
it would
is
become,
while you were using the board.
yes.
What were some of the questions that was being asked or that you were asking the board?
I don't remember. I don't remember what they were asking it. It's been such a long time. But
Was
uh
everybody touching the what do you call it? The little I
the
always forget
planchette,
the name of. Yeah, the planchette. Was
yeah,
everybody
and
touching it?
yeah, and the those screams and noises that we were hearing like was far away, but then they started getting closer and closer, and they all got scared, and we left.
So the screams were you could hear in footsteps or just screams?
It was like screams and different kinds of noises, and it was getting closer and closer. And then, you know how it looks really, really dark over there and stuff. You know those dirt roads are scary.
So you said that every time you used it, that it would always bring my name up
Yes,
every
because
single
it.
time.
Yeah, when you when you were when you would walk in the room, it would get angry. That's when you would walk in the room. It would start. You know,
Cussing.
it would, it would mention your name. But yeah, like I say, I didn't really like that. Was just a game. I didn't really think nothing of it. I would like taunt it and stuff like that. I would put holy water on it. I would put the cross on it. I would at and it would get angry, and but it hated you. It would always say it wanted to hurt you, and and it would say that. I think that one time that it was gonna come to the house or something, you know. Um, and it was gonna come to the house and it was gonna hurt you, you know. And did I still have it when Martin Kafka showed up?
No, by then it was already burnt. I burned it. Martin Kafka showed up two weeks later after I burnt it.
Because I think that was before that he had said that he was gonna come. He was gonna come and show himself, or
Yeah, because I burned it, got rid of it, and then Martin Kafka showed up 2 weeks later. That's when he said to me, Martin used to be a guy that went to school with us, and it took his form, or no one would talk about double hanger. That's what it
yeah,
did. It manifested
it,
to look like him,
it looked like
and
him.
I thought it was Martin. I thought he was smoking weed or something because his eyes were red, and then it's like he didn't smell like weed or nothing. Didn't even smell like beer, and he kept on trying to scare the females he had passed by, make this howling sound. The
And it
girls
did
that were there
seem.
with me, they got scared, and he came back and he said, "Who's scared? Who's scared?" And I thought nobody's scared, and he told me, "You shut up." He told me, "You shut up." He kept on telling the girls who's scared, but then when I look at the girls, there was three of them,
No, it was
and
two.
two. Yeah, there was two, I think, two girls there. And as I'm looking at them, it looks like they're frozen, like they can't move, they're not blinking, like
Like in
there's
a
no
day.
time, like in a hypnotic state, they're not moving or nothing. And I'm talking to him, but they're not saying nothing to him. And then I think when he's there, I think you came out, right? You
Yeah,
came
it
out.
came.
You're like, "Hey, what's up, Martin?" And you trying to figure out what's going on. I told her go inside, and I told her think that's la cosa mala or something like that. But or I told her to go inside, because she didn't know what was going on. Um, I had asked him. He was mimicking me, copying me of everything that I would do. If I put my hand on my hips, he would do the same thing. He was mimicking everything I was doing, and he was smiling, making fun of me. And I told him to leave, that he's not welcome there. And then he told me, I asked him, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "Okay, okay, I'm going to give you a hint." He said, "Just because you uh, put holy water, a crucifix on me and burn me, doesn't mean you're going to get rid of me." And then he looked at me and went,
Yeah. Yeah, and that's when I snapped and I got what was going on. Because I
That's
didn't
when
go
my
and
sister
follow it up.
realized what was going on, that it was a demon from the Ouija board,
Because of
right?
the thing that he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Then he said, "I'm going to tell you why I'm here. The path that you're on, you already know that path. But if you follow me, you can have anything you want." That's what he told me.
Mhm.
You have all the money in the world. You can be the richest. I can make you the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
But you got to follow me. And that was he was telling me that this car passed by, the lights hit him in the face, and you could see a skull,
He had
and you could see
holes.
like a snake going through one of the eyes, through the
All
eyes
right.
of the skull.
Yeah. I
And
saw
you
the
seen that?
hole. I
And
see. Yeah, his face I was all like distorted, and he made an ugly noise and moved weird. Remember?
yeah,
He
yeah, he
he
made an ugly
moved
noise, more
weird.
weird.
Hmm.
And I said, "You already know my answer to you. For where I stand, I'm going to stand with the Heavenly Father or Jesus Christ." I said, "Heavenly Father, I'm going to stand with God." And he got mad and he started moving all crazy, and
Like a snake.
his face
That's what
started like shifting. When we talk
Mhm.
about shapeshifters, well, his face
Mhm.
started moving like real
Yeah.
fast like this. He said, "When I passed through here," and I think my sister was praying and I had been praying.
Yeah.
We were praying, and when I passed through here, I could have changed into any form. I could have changed into a what did he say? Into a lion, and I would have, I guess, said he was gonna kill or something. I said I would have kicked you like a dog. And he's like, we were praying. She was praying. I think at that time too, I was praying the Our Father. She was
Yeah.
praying
And he was getting
from out of
mad.
the Bible, verses out of
Mhm.
the Bible. And he's, I can't win right now. And I'm talking this is face moving like this, where he's trying to change manifestation. I can't win
Yeah.
right now. When there's going to be a time that God is not going to be with you, and I'm going to be there. You turn around. How far did it go, Beatrice?
He
Not even that
started
far.
he started riding the bike, but he was zigzagging in the street,
And,
and
and then he
just
just
he disappeared on the light post. Yeah,
just
and we
vanished.
looked at each other. Was like, oh my god, and it smelled like
It smelled like
sulfur.
sulfur. Sulfur.
Hmm.
It was a demon. The
Yeah,
demon from the Ouija board that my
yeah,
sister.
and that's what I would
So
do. Yeah,
that's why it hated me, because they already knew that. See, the demon already knew I was going to fight it spiritually. I was going to fight it through prayer. So he knew that I wasn't afraid of it.
and at that time, I know Lupita had told me that mom had came to her dream, and told her to tell me to stop playing with that Ouija board. And she had told me that like years later about that because she had asked me, you know. But yeah, that was on one encounter.
Yeah.
But there
So
was like there was a
then,
lot
then
of
what happened after that? Like a month later, month
came
and a half
back.
later, I see Martin Kafka in Lilias, because he will go
Yeah,
to Lilias. And I when I go up to him, I say, "Hey, man, what was the deal with you coming to my house and disrespecting me and all this, right?" And he's like, "No, there's no way it could have been me." That's what he said. I said,
yeah,
"Well, why is that?" He said, "Because I was locked up in jail. He was locked up in jail because I think he had robbed at HB or something, right?" So
something.
he was locked up in the jail when all that happened. So the demon manifested to look like him.
And he was wearing a white long sleeve, and black pants, like slacks. Yeah, with that, I mean that's like there were other times that uh I don't know, something would pass like through the street and you can smell the sulfur really bad, or like
I
real
ran
bad.
into him. I ran into him one more time after that. It was
Uh-huh.
I could share the story where it was 4th of July. My aunt Lupe, my cousins are younger than me, and she
Oh
wanted me to go
yeah,
with them to help them pop the fireworks.
I remember that
And,
that.
and I went with her to the roadside park, and we were popping the fireworks, and there was some uh, ant, the red ant holes, and I was putting the black cats in there and popping them, and we were just laughing, running away and laughing. I was spending some time with my little cousins, and uh, we finished popping the fireworks, and we started heading home. I was having a stomach pain, but my stomach was hurting, and I went to sleep with a pain in my stomach. So when I woke up, the first thing I see is my mother with her hands open like this, dressed
Mm.
in white, like with her hands open. And when I look, it changes to my neighbor's garage light. So I said, "Oh man, I wasn't feeling well. I had a fever," and I said, "I'm hallucinating." So at that time, this is when everybody was gone out of the house. I was by myself.
Mm.
I had no electricity yet because I had quit my job. So the house is dark. The candle was out and everything. So as I sat up in the bed, I seen this, which seemed to be African American, but the only thing I could see was the teeth and the eyes,
Ugh,
and
the
he was
chocolate
going like
man.
this, and he was covered in red ants, right? So he's looking at me, he's standing right there beside the bed, looking at me. So I get up real slow, and he's still looking at me. I open the door, and I walk outside, and I'm walking across the yard, go open the fence. I walk outside the main gate, and I was like, okay, I'm hallucinating. So when I turn around, there he is, standing by my doorway with his hand on the door,
Ugh.
laughing, laughing. So I go across the street because our neighbor was good to us. I went to Liles. Her name is Olivia. I was knocking on her door. She wouldn't open the door. So, I got the fever. I'm seeing these things. I go on the street, and as I'm walking away, he's not by the door. He's not on the door. He's standing by the main gate, laughing at me.
Uh,
This
the
uh,
chocolate man.
uh, African American. You can see the teeth and all the ants on his body. I said, okay, okay. I start walking up the street, trying to run, but I can't run because I have the headache and I'm hallucinating. I said, man, I'm hallucinating. But the further I get from the house, I could still see him standing by the gate. I was like, okay, it's just my imagination. So as I go down the first block, I see a black cat pass right in front of me. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't get to go around it. It passed in front of me. So I said, okay, it's just coincidental. So take a left, then go down, take a right to go down the other block because where I'm heading to is to my aunt's house to get help because of what's happening to me. So I start going down that block. As I'm going down the block, another freaking black cat passes in front of me. And I said, shit. And that's already two black cats. So that means that there got to be some kind of witch around me, some pinche bruja. There's two black cats, familiars, that passed in front of me. And I said, okay, I'm not going to give power to this myth of the cats. So I go to the next block and I'm walking, and another freaking black cat passes in front of me. So that's three black cats. So I get to the block where it's behind the jail, and it's like a cross, right? Like a cross on that path. When I get in the center of the cross of that road, guess who shows up? the guy in the freaking bike with the white shirt and the black pants, and he's laughing, is going around me in a freaking in a circle. And this is what he's saying: I told you I was going to be here when he wasn't going to be here. And he was laughing at me, making fun of me. So I said, "Oh shit," and by then the fever, is going crazy on me. My head is throbbing. So I start running and trying to get away from this guy. So I bolted as fast as I could. So I get by the church and I'm there and I'm looking. I don't see him. So I take a left and then I get to the street where my aunt lives. And when I get there, she kept her fence chained up. And I jumped over the freaking fence. And I ran in, I'm banging on her door, boom, boom, boom. And she was like, "¿Quién es? Who is it? Tía, soy yo, necesito ayuda. What happened, brothers and sisters, is when I stood up on the bed, I went like this, where I had the pain. And what it was a red ant that had bit my stomach, that was stuck on my stomach, and he injected me, I guess, with venom or poison that the red ants have, right? So that's why, to me, I felt that I was hallucinating, seeing all those things. So I told my aunt what happened. I was telling her that I was seeing these things, and she's like, "Ay, mijo, it's just your imagination. Es el veneno. The venom of the veneno de la hormiga. The red ants in the belly are big." Dijo, she grabbed a garlic. Y cómete este ajo. Eat this. ¿Cómo se dice garlic? El ajo, one ajo. What's the
Just one,
saying for
just
it?
one clove, yeah.
A clove. Eat the clove of the garlic. I put it in my mouth and I was eating it. And when I'm eating it, my cousin Emilio, he's like, "Mom, I don't think he's lying." He said, "¿Qué pasó, mijo?" "There's a man out there on a bike and he's laughing in front of her house." So when she looked, she seen him. She
Mhm.
seen the demon or manifestation in the form of a person, and he's laughing real loud, laughing. Then my aunt does the sign of the cross and says, "Ay Maria Purísima," and she closes the door and starts praying. She's like, "Ay mijo," and she just starts praying. That's what. I fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I felt better because the ajo, of the garlic, took the poison out of my system. But they seen it. The things that I was seeing, they seen it, and that wasn't bitten by no ant. So what really happened to me, I guess the demon seen the opportunity to attack because of the venom that was in my system. That's why it decided to attack me. But they were able to see it too.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, my hairs are standing up. My tia Lupe, my tia
Yeah,
Lupe prayed against it.
I remember that. That you had told us about that.
Yeah, my tia Lupe, man, she protected me that night. She prayed and she said, "Go to sleep." And I could hear her praying, and I fell asleep with a. She was saying the Hail Mary, full of grace, in Spanish,
Yeah.
and I fell asleep. So, besides the man on the bike, I seen something else evil in her house, Beatrice, which was that what I seen. It was an old man.
Ugh,
I don't know if he was burnt or what, but he looked black, like as in burnt. And the only thing I could see was his teeth and his eyes, and he
mm.
was full of ants. So only God knows
It was a
what
demon.
kind of evil has happened in that land in Riverville, Texas.
It was a demon for sure. If I saw that one thing with red eyes, tall. What was that? had to be a demon, or maybe what a DDN. I don't know, but that was, and
Thank
then
you,
that
Sister
man,
Ivy.
and then that
I
man
think,
that we see all the time in the window. I, w-
yeah,
that-
I
I
think that
don't know.
happened when I was like 18. 18. I joined the military at 19.
Yeah,
I got the hell out of. That's why I left the valley, man. It's like it's too much evil there. I mean, but then I go into Elms Grove and it was worse there. Like, God dang, let me. But that's what happens. Spiritual warfare. To be a spiritual warrior, you have to go through this.
they
Go
follow.
through
Mhm.
things to make you who you are as an individual. So I had to fight spiritually against these things.
Yeah, we all did.
So what do you what you're talking about, the one that was picking through the window? Tell them about that.
It was a. I say it was a man, but you would always look through the windows. You couldn't see his face.
You said he was a man. Tell them about the smiley man, Beatrice.
The what?
The smiley man with
Spidey
the
man.
for the hat with the hat. They had the cholo hat. Tell them about that one.
The black man? The one in the black suit?
The hat man, the one by the window. They will show up and he'll put his hand by the
That
screen
was
window, and
it. The
the only
one
thing
I'm
you can
talking
see.
about.
Yeah, I'm
It's
thinking it was the same
the
one that I
hole.
seen inside the house.
It was just the holes of the eyes and the mouth. That's the one I would see. And
We
then
like stargazing when we were kids because we had no AC, we had no ceiling fans.
there's the
We're
hobby
we were
man. Yeah,
poor,
yeah.
and the only thing we had for fresh air was the window. So we like laying down by the window, looking out the window to get the fresh breeze, and that's when he would show up
Yeah. Every time at night.
at nighttime. There was one time that I was looking out at the stars and I could see the moon and the fresh breeze was hitting me in the face. Next thing you know, phew, he's right there in front of me, looking at me, and he's smiling. You can see the white in the eyes. He's got that fedora hat, like a fedora hat, and he's looking at me. And he goes, I could see like a hand, but it doesn't look like a hand like this. It's just like black.
Yeah.
He's smiling, and that's
And he
like,
was still there
man, I
smiling.
duck and I go into underneath my blanket. I'm a
And
kid. And I'm looking through a little hole through the blanket.
he was
And
still
when I'm
there.
looking through the hole, he's like that, looking down, looking at me, and he's still smiling. And next thing you know, he moves. When he moves, he's gone. So when I go look, I don't see him there by the window no more. And I press my face by the screen just to see if he's there, but no. I look, there's nobody there no more.
For me, he would stay there. He wouldn't move. And I was so scared. I was covering my head, and when I would look, he was still there, just looking like with a smile. And then the one that I would see was it was like a, I want to say like a midget. I don't, on top where the, you remember when we had the TV? He would be on there, like kind of floating in the air.
A midget?
Yeah, but he looked not like it looked like not like a person, but it looked like it was like a little midget, but like a demon. It looked like a demon, but to me it was a midget because it was just floating right there on top where the TV was, and he was so scary, scary looking. That I would call it a midget because it was short, but it was just a lot of things, stuff that I would see, hear.
And we hit the 3 hour marker. Is there any questions from the viewers here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters? Anything you would like to ask us? I could give you the address if you want to, where we grew up, so you can go investigate. My father doesn't live there no more, but the property's still there.
Hmm?
But I don't know if you want to go there. You heard what happened to cousin Jesse
And that
when
the demon, I didn't even think
when
of
he stayed
it.
with us. That you've heard his story, right? That he got drugged under something was dragging him underneath the bed. That's the kind of stuff we grew up around. That kind of activity.
The bangings around the house, running on top of the roof.
Still happens to me.
Yeah,
Till this day, things like that still happen. Tappings on the windows, on
yeah.
threes, knocking on threes, uh, the bangings on threes. Sometimes you hear something running on top of the roof,
I hear
something landing
ladies.
on the roof. Yeah.
I hear ladies a lot, like chanting something. Sometimes at night, I feel that they like hit the bed.
Hmm.
Sometimes, but I pray, and then my dreams that I have are horrible.
Somebody said, "Did anyone see Einstein in his pizza parties?"
Oh,
I
what?
don't know I don't know.
Seen what?
Einstein and his pizza parties.
Einstein.
Einstein, the guy from the island, Epstein or whatever.
Epstein. That's funny. Troll.
I don't know. No, no, it's Oz Patriot. I don't know. I did eat some pizza here today. Ordered a pizza from Pizza Hut, but it wasn't all that.
They got some good pizza over here in Arizona.
Oh yeah, what's the name of the pizza place?
Yeah, Um, I don't even know the ones that I've had up here. I mean, it's pretty good. It's better than Domino's and Pizza Hut.
La Nelly has all kinds of stories. Maybe one day you can try to see if we can make it to so she can jump on and share some of her stories.
I
Because I
know.
know she's seen a lot
Has
of
a,
things,
yeah. She's like, I haven't talked to her in forever, Avon.
but she's still your friend, right?
Yeah, I have her on Facebook. I have her on Facebook. And I know she lives over there, somewhere over there in Austin, near Austin or
New
somewhere
Braunfels.
around there. Yeah,
Okay, the one thing we haven't talked about tonight. I mean, we talked about some witches because I mean, shit. Uh, wait,
the
what?
witches.
So I'm going to ask a question of the activity that we talk about. Like the Ouija board, we know what it's used for. So that's like an evil device. But the activity of like the cats, this would be familiars. Wouldn't they? Where's Sister Brenda at? Wouldn't the cats be familiars of witches?
You know how
The
we
three
have this
black, the
superstition?
three black cats that I ran to, wouldn't they be a familiar of a witch?
Algo mal.
I do got another
Um,
story for y'all. It's dealing with witch. Uh, if y'all want to listen to it, you want me to say it, I can say it. It was a woman. It was dealing with a woman that my mother will go visit. Um, if you remember the Reinas, Beatriz,
yes.
the mom will go to her house, the Reina's house all the time to visit
Uh
because
huh.
the mother was always of the reinas was always watering her plants.
The ones that live right across, right behind
Yeah,
me. Yeah,
yeah, the reinas, like Eva Reina, Shelly Reina, and them.
yeah, yeah.
Well, mom would always talk to her all the time, but she would never enter her property. She would just stay, talk from the side of the fence. And what I remember, what happened is that she had gotten very ill, and mom had asked what's the matter with her, and they were like, we don't know what's the matter with her. Uh, she's in the room. I think Eva Reina was looking out for her mother.
Yeah, okay.
So we went to go visit, and we went inside the house. When we went inside the house, seemed like to me, yeah, she was sick, but seemed like to me, because the way she was acting, that she was possessed,
Oh,
because the different languages that were coming out of her mouth. Mom tried to pray for her, and mom told me to get out of the room. She was acting strange, right? So mom was praying, trying to help her. I don't know exactly what was the matter with her, but she wasn't acting herself. So I went outside, and I was outside. I got out of the house, and I was outside, and I stood by where the room was of where she was, where mom was praying for her. So as I was standing outside and I was looking at the plants from underneath the house, you could hear a little bit of dirt going up in the air like that. Like, what the hell that? What is that? And then it went from a little bird to a lot of dirt just flying in the air, and I'm looking, and it's coming from underneath and then it's like something is trying to dig out from underneath the house, and you see more dirt and a lot of dirt flying, like how dogs dig, but it's
yeah.
literally coming from underneath the house and it's flying. Next thing you know, there's a big hole underneath the house, and I'm looking like, what the hell? There was this, I don't know how to say it. I'm not going to say it was a lechuza, but from what came underneath that house, to me, what I seen looked like a giant stork. A stork. It was all white. It dug out of there, came out from underneath the house, and flew away. When it flew away, that's when I believe she passed away. So I'm thinking that somebody had done
Brujeria on her.
some brujeria on her, some witchcraft, and the reason and the maldad was planted underneath their house. That when mom was praying and I was outside, that the unclean spirit or the maldad left, but I believe she passed away after that. All I know, it was like a white. It looked like a white bird. I mean, it could have possibly been a wale chusa. I don't know, but it flew during the day. That's the day she passed away.
Do you remember the other day that we prayed for a certain person?
Mm-hmm.
I talked to them today, and I talked, told that person that we prayed and stuff, and she said thank you. And when I told her to throw those frames away, and the person did, and she's she says that it feels different in there after she threw those things away, and because she's had those picture frames, for a long, long time, and that Bruja had given her those, and she threw them away, and it feels different. But she says, she didn't know why it felt different, and it was because we had prayed that day. But and she said thank you.
Uh, been YouTubing. It happened so fast that I just seen this big white bird come from underneath the house. It was huge.
Mhm.
So it was either like a stork or pelican. I would say more like a stork or pelican. But the only reason I say that because of the color of what I seen was white.
But you think it was like a demon or something, or that looked like that?
Man, all I know it happened fast. It says uh, or a possible white lechuza.
Yeah.
What would it be doing underneath the house? Is a question.
And then digging like that to get out. And then it was right under the room where she was
Yeah,
in.
where she was laying in her bed sick, and
It
mom
was
was praying. Mom was praying.
they put the maldad right there for her so she wouldn't get better, you know?
It kind of looked like a stork, but I was a kid, man. I just seen the white feathers, and which that's what it seemed like to me, like a stork or yeah, stork, something white. I mean, I don't think it was a white lechuza because it looked like he. I just don't know how the hell it was in the ground underneath the house. Yeah, it was huge, man. It was big. But
And
you
the
got to
house
remember that the
that house
demons
was,
they
that
can
house was
manifest into
low.
anything. The house doesn't exist no more.
Yeah, but that house was low to the ground. It wasn't high. So how would that be, a bird under there? You know what I mean? There's no way. Si estaba la casa para abajo, bajita. Pero it was la maldad.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All I know is white, whatever it was. And if it was a white lechuza, what would it be doing underneath there? But yeah, she was acting demonized, possessed,
Yeah. Yeah.
talking a whole different language. I try to help because mom would take me with her because I had abilities since I was a kid. So, but I was there to witness the maldad, the wrongdoing that was done to her, leave her house. She was real sick. Once she left, she passed away. But I want to share the story with you what I remember of uh, of that woman that lived in that corner house. And I haven't even shared the photo of the bruja. Ali, where is uh,
Bruja.
my manners? I haven't shared the picture of the bruja that I was share with Tris. You ever seen it?
Yeah, the one that has that floating and opens its mouth that has
Yeah,
like
let
a
me
light.
let,
Mhm.
let, let me share with her. I mean, it is Bruja Friday. I mean,
The brujas that I've seen, they're all old ladies with white and gray hair. And that's the same, you know what? That's the same lady that I see like when I have like those bad dreams, some of the bad dreams that I see, that woman's in it. That's the same woman that was in your room with the other ones.
you want to see the close up of the Bruja?
Yeah, I see her.
This is like one of the best captures that I have.
Yes.
This is like real capture here. Not no AI crap or somebody running around boots around a truck, boots around my vehicle. Let me share the face. Oop, wrong one. I don't know what happened there.
Floating in the air.
I was trying to share her face. There you go.
Golly.
It's the hag. There you go.
Egg. Look at the eyes.
She's out there. She's out there in those woods.
And her face, it looks like if she's like a beautiful woman. You know what I mean? Then the features like that.
Let's let's
But look at
go.
the teeth. Por- Porque tiene la nariz exquisita. You see the nose exquisita, pero look at
Mhm.
the eyes. Freaking just black.
Look at that. She's missing an eye. Talking about eye way.
Yeah.
Because she's missing an eye. Look, she got no eye.
Well, she doesn't have. She's just dark.
There she
Is the other
is.
one an eyeball? No, shit.
I don't know. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
There it is.
Pero that's freaking crazy. If I would have seen that, oh no. I probably
I
would
heard
have
the
walked
mo-
towards it.
I heard the movement right in front of me, and I started move the camera to record, and I hit it with a flashlight.
Did you walk
And
towards
then
it?
I heard movement, but I couldn't see her visually.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I heard the movement in front of me.
you caught it on the camera.
Yeah. Well, you seen the picture?
Yeah.
There she is. Look.
Uh-uh.
Hey, girl, how you doing? Hey, girl.
You want to play? Let's play hide and seek.
You know what's weird? That is, I think I was praying when this happened because look, I say amen. I
Yeah.
was saying the Our Father because activity was picking up. Look, there you go. Amen. I was praying.
Uh-uh.
Law Morgan, what the hell is that? It's a bruja, brother Law Morgan. A witch. There she is. This is the full picture of it. The full video. She was moving too. Look,
She was going fast.
what do you think about that, Beatrice?
It's crazy. And you were there alone?
Yeah, but no, I wasn't alone. I was gonna go enter alone, but I didn't go in there by myself. There was a lot of activity. There's this other activity happened too, Beatrice. Look,
What's that?
a clean spirit.
Yep. It looked like a body of water for a second there
Look,
because the way it's moving. Yeah.
let's go slow so we can see the faces in there.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go. Let's go slow.
I see it.
Unclean spirits. You see that one right there?
I saw the one. There's like probably like 4 or 5 that I see.
Yeah, there are many.
Mm-hmm.
And what is many in the biblically? The legion. Look at that one.
That one. Oh gosh. You can see
Who's
the
there?
evil. It's just it looks like a demon.
Yeah,
That one looks like a demon.
right there. Look,
I see that too.
I'm gonna go frame by frame. See what we see.
Son varios.
Look at that one.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
It looks like a native right there.
Looks like
Oh
it's
shoot!
standing.
Look,
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
ooh, yeah. You
And
guys
look
see
at
that, folks?
the outfit. Look at the outfit. You see the outfit? ¿Lo miras o no lo
Shoot.
miras?
Is that a
La-
skinwalker?
las piernas sobran también, ¿no? Está como bented, pero como
Possible check.
plano, pero está bented. ¿Lo miras
Yeah.
o no miras?
Let's see what else is here. There he goes.
You can see como si tiene los dientes así, como la boca abierta, show en los dientes.
Mm-hmm. It went into the woods. It went that way. I think I'm gonna have another photo here. Let me see. Let me find it. I have another photo of this here. There's another part to this photo here. Sure, I got another part of this video. Let me find it.
I remember when we did the EVPs. Do you remember,
Well,
Abraham?
look at this one. You seen the one that's running, Beatrice?
That's running?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me share it. Check out this one, folks.
Oh yeah, the eyes behind the.
Watch. Let's do a frame by frame. There's the eyes right there. Check it out.
Yeah, I remember. You showed me last time.
It's looking. Here it is.
Yeah,
Looking.
the yellow eyes. Has yellow eyes, huh?
I think yeah, yellow. Shapeshifter Skinwalker from Central
Mhm.
Texas. Here it is, and this is in lowered speed because the original speed it moves way faster than that. Here it is. So let's and this is lowered speed. It moves really fast, like in a second, one or 2 seconds. I think it's 1 second or 2 seconds that it moves really fast. But yeah, I was able to capture it. Here it is. All right. Let me stop sharing that one. I'm trying to find the other one. Uh, if I can find it. No, that's not it. Let me see something here. Yeah, I think there was more than one that night, Beatrice.
Yeah.
Uh, I think I seen something else in the path over there, but yeah, I would have to look for the video. The other part to it, I don't know if I even uploaded it or not.
So have you gotten back to Elms Grove, Abram?
No, I've been there a long time before, but I haven't gone back to Elms Grove. I guess I never uploaded the other video where it goes around and there's several of them. But yeah, lots of activity. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Yeah, I think it would be in my other phone because I think I had my old phone at that time when I have all these videos in here. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Cause yeah, almost at the 4 hour marker, sis.
I know, I see that. We're getting, well, I don't know. I kind of sleepy, but I just woke up. I went to bed early because I have been up since like 3 in the morning. I didn't take a nap all day. I don't know why my eye is bothering me, but I wouldn't mind going back to Ranville and
To
going
live
to
over there?
huh? I
To
wouldn't
live
mind
over
going.
there?
No, just to go see. I want to go visit mom, but I wouldn't mind going and stopping at the house. After what, 20 years? I went back and don't need no attachment from that place.
I'm trying to find that the video, but I don't know where it's at.
Who else has had a encounter with a witch? Anyone in the chat?
Yeah, anybody in the chat has encountered with a bruja? Sister Brenda, are you there?
Yeah, from time to time I do hear like three ladies like chanting. I hear,
Chanting?
uh-huh, I hear them chanting or they're talking, but I don't understand what they're
Well,
saying because
Sister,
it's like a
Sister Ivy Ramirez, ¿de dónde eres? Where are you from? That's
because
Sister Brenda right there. How you doing, Sister Brenda?
I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm
I think I hear TV behind.
Oh shoot! Hang on. Oh, I forgot to turn that dang thing off. Okay, is that better? I'm doing all right. What are we talking about? Witches?
Yeah.
Oh, I've known some of those.
Yeah.
I've known some good ones and I've known some bad ones. And there is a very big difference. Uh, they are not really to be trusted. I mean, you can trust some of them, but don't make them angry because that's where you mess up. They get mad at you and they just start doing hateful things. And then, of course, the ones that Abe runs into that just pop up in the middle of the field. I really think that when him and Jack went out there, that they walked in the middle of them doing something.
There was more than one.
Yep. It was two women and a man, and God only knows what else was out there running around with them.
Check out this other footage that I want to share right now. That's not it. Okay. Here we go. Let me share this footage here. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
You see how fast it's moving?
Yep.
Look at that sucker. So I lowered the speed.
Where? I don't see it.
Okay, I'll play it for you again. Here it is.
I'm trying to make it the screen
It's
bigger.
moving in spirit right there, real fast.
They're like, oh crap, they're here.
Yeah,
You see it?
I see it.
Check it out. You see the different forms of them? They look like I guess animals or monsters or whatever. So I got one that's slower, but let me do the slow one. Here we go.
With as many that were there, I would think that they would have had familiars hanging around.
Check it out. Look at the different faces. I'm gonna go frame by frame. So y'all can see this. Oh man, come on. It's different faces, man. Like a different, the DDN, they manifest to look beastly. No, I tell you, they manifest to look beastly.
Uh-huh.
Look
Yeah.
at that face. Check it out. It's different forms that because the Legion are many. So
Yeah.
so you're gonna able to capture different images because all together. Look at that one. You see that one?
They're definitely scrambling to get away from you.
Look at all the different faces, forms that they can take like in a matter of seconds. Look at that one.
Wow. I don't know why I want to think that they were up to something. I would like to know more about that property where you guys were.
So I'm gonna push play so y'all can see him. Look. Look at all the other ones there that showed up.
Yeah.
Look at that. Spirits, the DDN. Look at them.
Yeah.
Nasty looking son of a. I'll push play so y'all can see them how are they moving, and there are many of them because there are many DDN, the Legion, whatever you want to call them. But I think the original or the medium one is pretty good one because it's not too slow, but you're able to see them moving. There you go. Look at that.
Yep.
Okay, I'll stop sharing it. Don't want to freak anybody out with it.
Oh, we lost Beatrice.
We lost Beatrice.
Yeah.
She mu-
We lost her. Oh. What about a day today?
Yeah, we hit the 4 hour marker. I mean, we're fixing to hit the 4 hour marker.
Yeah.
She said, I see it.
Well, seeing you've been on for 4 hours, you probably want to jump off of here.
Yeah, I'm fixing to. She's back. There she is. I thought there. She is.
I tried to make my screen bigger and it booted me out.
Kicked you off, huh?
Yeah. The ones that I could see all the faces. Like the ones that I've seen, I mean, they look like human. It just like right. I had seen one. Well, I don't know if it was a witch or not, but I had seen one in a cloak before I came up here to Arizona. It was it was they had a cloak and there was like a shadow figure next to it.
You want to see the original video? Here's the original video that we're getting flanked from both sides. Here you go. I think I sent it. All right. Let me get it. All right. Here's the original video. Oh, not original, but a clip of the video. All right, here we go. Let me push play. This one we're getting flanked from both sides.
Say, bless you.
I hope I'm not getting sick.
This is the original video right here.
Yeah, it's been going around, Beatrice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I think you guys walked in the middle of them doing something, and they were like, "Ah!"
We're in pitch darkness in there because it was. I would only pop the light on when I heard something or felt something.
I don't know. I think you guys need to go out there at night again to that same spot, see if you catch anything else. If that's like their regular
place that they do whatever they do.
Yeah. But we lost Beatrice again.
No, she's up here. Oh, wait, did we? I guess so.
I think she was trying to enlarge the thing and it booted her out again.
You doing a show tomorrow night? You taking tomorrow off?
I'm thinking about taking them tomorrow off. I'm not sure. I might a surprise show or something.
Okay. Then I'll make sure that tomorrow night I don't go 2 hours and my show's
Oh,
over.
you can go ahead in 2 hours. I don't know. I might.
Well,
I might not. I'm just
I'll
going with the flow of things.
I'll start at 8 o'clock my time, so that would be like 9 o'clock. So if you do a surprise, uh, you know, then
Yeah.
at least we'll be done by then. That'll work. Because I was supposed to do a show tonight, but we canceled it until tomorrow night.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I know. You know, I normally go late anyways, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe taking the day off tomorrow. I'm not sure. Depends. You know. I'll be popping up just talking about something random.
Well,
Yeah, we were going to go try to go into that area today, but I didn't. I was like, hell no, I don't want to have any negative attachments on me.
yeah.
You know, that's what they do. They try to attach themselves to you.
Beatrice said the stream does not like her.
The stream or StreamYard.
Restream or whatever it is, it doesn't like her.
Yeah, restream. Let me refresh the link. Maybe it's a link. I think I've been having problems with my internet, but I've been going strong here for about 4 hours now. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm fixing to call it a night in a few. Just want to say thank you for those that tune into Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Yeah, I'm trying to go investigate other locations besides where I investigate, but I'm not going to do nothing like that till after the home is purchased or whatever home we're going to purchase, right? Because we don't know, you know, it's a process for everything. But whenever that is, then I might go do other investigations, you know, because I got to stay healthy for the move, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So, did you ever find out everything's good with the house?
Well, that we're in the works of that, you know. We tell them the things that we want fixed and stuff like that. Hopefully, they can fix them.
Yeah.
And if they can't, then well, we have to seek for a different home. You know, hopefully they'll say, okay, we'll fix it, and it's a done deal. That's what we're waiting for. We had the inspections this week.
Well, that's good. Hopefully, everything goes out well so you guys can stop looking because I know looking for a place can be a pain. It's kind
Yeah,
of stressful too.
sister Ivy said, "Don't breathe, I'll boot you."
Mm.
Yeah, that's the way it happens sometimes. But I think it's something else happening. Um, I don't know, if it was the internet or something, but even my phones are acting weird.
Yeah, my internet's been acting kind of weird too. There's something going on that has to do with everybody's connections and stuff, and there's a lot of people that are complaining about it. So I don't know if internet services redid something and they've kind of got bugs in it or what. You know, my last show, it cut me off an hour and 37 minutes into the show. It stopped recording. Well, I went back into Streamlabs because Streamlabs records everything that I put out. And I still, to this day, it says it doesn't, it can't find the recording. And I'm like, well, so I messaged them. Supposedly they went ahead and fixed it. They found a bug in it and they went ahead and fixed it. So hopefully tomorrow's stream doesn't do the same, or I'm going to be quite upset if it does.
I turned off my Wi-Fi.
You did.
There's your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but no, but my Wi-Fi was good, but I turned it off.
Could have been the Wi-Fi. But it was La Bruja. La Bruja.
My Brujas.
See what happens when you talk about them? They know it.
I came outside. I get flashes.
Oh, it was so nice out this evening because earlier
It is.
today it was like 84, and I was like, no, come on. And I opened the door later on, it was so much nicer. I think it was like in the 50s, and it felt so much better. I was like, yes. It sucks. It's either too hot to go outside and the sun's too bright, or it's
Oh yeah.
cold to go outside, and you just want that air. I've been opening my front door, but in the evening time around here, if I open the front door, I have to put the baby gate up so the dogs don't go running out. But you can't trust the people around here. So, and my caregiver says, Brenda, you have 3 big old screens, a desk, everything, your whole setup. If anybody looks into the house and sees that and then watches us leave one day, they could break into the house. And I'm like, oh, man. So it's really hard. I really like to just open my doors and open my windows and let the fresh air in. I love it. Hey, look at that little lady right there.
That's the one from Elms Grove
Yeah.
that was on the tree.
Wow.
That's one of the original pictures that I captured because I heard a woman speaking to me, heard the voice of a woman speaking to me. So I snapped a picture from where the voice came from, and that's
Uh-huh.
what I captured.
Wow.
You see,
That looks,
Beatriz?
yeah, that looks creepy. She's missing a leg.
That is the land mermaid. The little fairy girl, the land mermaid.
I don't know. It looks like she's got something around her neck, like a noose.
Yeah. I've often wondered if that was a rope hanging there off of her.
So you could say, well, no, I'm not going to say it, but well, screw it. So you could say she was hanging around, eh?
Yeah.
Uh,
She was hanging around.
Look at the face of the. I don't know if it's a familiar right there by her feet.
yeah, I see that. I see that. It looks like a little demon.
Right here. Wow, what's going on?
Yeah, it looks like there's a
And it has teeth.
swirl. Is it some kind of an? See the swirl that goes around like by her leg? It, like, you know how owls have that swirl at the top of their head? An
Now tell
owl,
me which is the best one so I can stop it on it so we can take a close look.
an owl with teeth. Oh,
I mean, you can see it clearly.
yeah.
Yeah. That's from Elms Grove. Walking through the
But that
woods
little
and I
thing
heard
on
a
the
woman
has
speak.
teeth.
That's her little here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
It looks like she's got a cat right there in between her legs. Well, I didn't mean it that way, but yeah, it looks like a cat in between her legs
To,
or on top. Yeah,
to
like
me, it looks like a freaking
right here.
demon
Yeah,
Something
because
in
you
between her
can see
legs
the
here.
the ears and yeah.
And then you see something down here. So you got, I don't know.
On the side.
looks kind of like she's holding a cat in her lap. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, because like
Yeah.
my black
Yeah.
cat up by her ears, she has that lighter balding. So
I just didn't want it to sound so
But,
perverted,
but then
because I
on the
was going to
side,
say
it looks like
online.
a face. You see the face. You can see the nose and the eyes
Yeah,
on the side,
yeah.
like where
Here,
the shoulder is. No, on the other side.
here.
On the other side. You see it? No, it's on the other side. Right there. Up. Right there. Up. Right there.
She is just surrounded, huh?
I need to look
But
for the
yeah,
original pic. I can't find it. You know, she is from Elms Grove Estates.
Hmm.
That's the original one from Elms Grove Estates, and of course, my sister done her. Beatriz, did she ever call your name? Oh shoot, we lost her.
Yeah, we did. Did we? Oh man.
Hey sis, did that Bruja ever call your name from the woods? Because there's another one. I got another picture of another Bruja from Elms Grove. But did
I
she
don't
ever
know.
call your
I would
name
hear a woman call me all the time.
by your first name or by your
Yeah,
nickname?
by my first name, and it sounded like, to me, it sounded like mom. But then again, how there was how she would call me Beatriz.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can find another picture. The other picture of the other one that I captured in there that looks a little bit more wicked from Elms Grove. Let me see if I can find it. Because I have two of them. Okay, got that one right there. I don't know if I created a show reel of the other one. Is this it? No, that's not it. I'm trying to find the other picture. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I see us there with a. I'm trying to find the other one. I just don't see her in here. Maybe I never created a show reel of her.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm slacking, man. I'm slacking. I don't see the other Bruja in here.
And then you had that one that Joel sent you from out there where he was.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I don't get the picture. I thought I had uploaded it, and it's not in here. That the one that we said we put it black and white that we'll be able to see it better. I think I got one more here where there's one peeking by the tree line.
Peeking.
Here we go. This is over here. It's not at Elms Grove. Check it out. Let me share it with y'all. She's literally standing by the edge of the path, but I think she's tall. You can see the face and everything up there.
Was
yeah.
she tall or was she just maybe
Right
off
here,
of, off of her feet?
Well, it looks like if she's off of her feet.
elevated off the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah.
There she is. Right here. By the edge of the tree line. Like it's the same one I think that we be capturing. I think there's something else with her too. Right beside her, look. Probably a familiar or something. Or possible shifter just skinwalker. See her face right here. Oh, there she is right there. See if we can make that bigger. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. I just don't know what happened to my other one. And don't tell me we lost her sister again, or we lost Sister Brenda, or oh shoot, I lost everybody now. Well, folks, I guess I'm gonna call it a night. Since it's kicking all my guests out. I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned into all the night owls. Thank you for tuning in tonight or early this morning on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Been YouTube and said they say 3 black cats. Oh, I'm way behind on the comments. And I thought that the chat wasn't moving. There's Andres Carizales. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night, brother. Sisters, thank you, Sister Brenda. Thank you, Carnala, Sister B, for tuning in on Spirit or joining me here in the panel. I think Sage Cooley was here also. Thank you, Sage Cooley, for jumping on the panel. We're going to call it a night here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I'm going to do a surprise one tomorrow night. Just don't know if I do one. It'll be a surprise. If not, that's fine. Tune in to Sister Brenda on Beyond the Box. She'll be going live, I guess, from 8 on up. If you want tune into her to her channel, you're more than welcome. But again, thank you. The only thing I can say, brothers and sisters, is if you do run into anything of the paranormal, brujas, lechuzas, gargoyles, demons, or Bigfoots, dogmen, DDN, whatever you run into, I just want you to know that for you not to be afraid, that Jesus Christ is with you, and to be able to fight it spiritually through prayer. If you have to say the Our Father, if you have to type on a Greek in Jesus Christ's name, go that route and fight spiritually. Know your self-worth, your spiritual self-worth. Just remember that Jesus Christ is always with you. You're never alone. Don't give this unseen enemy any power of belief, any power of through hatred, anger, vengeance, or fear. But maintain your heavenly love foundation. And just remember that you're never alone because Jesus Christ is always with you. And that's all I have to say for the end of the night. Always maintain your heavenly love foundation. In saying that, good night, brother and sisters. To all the members of Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, this is Brother Abe Cias, Soren Cias, signing off from Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. God bless you and your families. Peace out, everybody.